Welcome in, everybody, to the AEL University Elite Series, brought to you by Matsy and Cthulhu! Let's go! Ooh. Welcome on board, Cthulhu. It's a pleasure to be sailing alongside you. I feel like, have we casted together before? Maybe one time.
I don't think...
Maybe not.
Yeah, maybe one time, yeah.
Many moons ago. But the moons have now aligned, and we're back. We're so back.
Yes, sir.
You know what else is back, though? Our sponsors! So big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world! AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs.
Another shout out goes to HyperX and Officeworks as well. Power your game with the latest HyperX gear at Officeworks. When you need speed, control, and zero distractions, Officeworks has got the tech. Discover gaming gear made to handle serious play.
Yeah, we're serious. Just like how serious I am about Indomie, the noodle partner, made with high quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. It's a big shout out to each and every single one of our sponsors. You know them, you love them, and we certainly appreciate them all. So there you go. But it's time to take a look at how things have been going so far in the competition.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a hectic first couple weeks, honestly, of AEL, and UQ so far leading the charge alongside with MQU, UOM, and Swinburne as well lineup, finishing up the top 4. And honestly, it's been a pretty curious turnaround, I have to say, with the teams like UQ being an absolutely dominant body, but then you also take a look at the likes of MQU, which is also equally a very scary roster. And arguably, I'd have to give the biggest shout out so far actually to Swinburne University, a lineup that has actually been very pleasantly surprising me.
Yeah, it's been going all different directions, hasn't it? So certainly happy to see, I guess, some of the teams taking form as, our competition progresses there. As you can see on the bottom side of things, you have QUT, RMIT, and La Trobe Uni. So one thing that I'm hopeful for across like all of the rosters on the lower side of things is that they can take at least one win, because that's what kind of the goal or the hope I have for every team across the whole season, is that everybody can take at least one game.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, that's the hope and prayers, and maybe we will see once we get to some of the more, I guess, call it even out matches. But yeah, as of now, I would say this week we'll be concluding sort of the initial sort of very chaotic derby in terms of the standings, where a lot of teams will be mixed into the absolute meat grinder of games, and in some cases it will be a very close matchup.
Yeah, eager to see how close it gets in this next series, as we set it up for Swinburne taking on UTS. Bless up and fess up. It's time to get into this one. Our rosters are going to be MLY, Samson's, Dragon Rage, Birch Thund there, Skyed, UTS bringing that Sweet Red Jam, X-Chant, Geek Knight, Halves, and Baronatron.
Yeah, we got to actually see both of these rosters on stream last week as well, and both of them actually performed fairly well from memory. Well, at least Swinburne University had a pretty solid run. But otherwise, on the side of the UTS roster, let me just quickly triple confirm that. I'm pretty certain they had actually a pretty solid turnaround, and 1-for-1. They had 1 win, 1 loss. And 1 loss was against University of Melbourne, or Unimelb. And otherwise, they won 7-1 against RMIT. So not too shabby of a turnaround, but now it's the time to really show where they stand. And looking at the ban phase, I mean, the Miro one kind of makes sense to me here, Matsy, but the Ace feels a little bit too niche of a ban, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, it tends to come out from time to time, like within AEL here, where some of our students like to focus around that one. You can see things like the Kaid come out as well there. Looks like it is going to be Azami and Brava this time to close things out, though. So,
yeah,
interesting. Yeah, that they're playing it like this so far.
Yeah, it's interesting. Is arguably one of the best ways to describe how I feel as well about this ban phase. Whilst Swinburne kind of went for a fairly straightforward sort of set of bans, you get rid of Mira, which provides quite a fair bit of the safe zone whilst peeking through the reinforced walls. Azami gets to really reshape the site. Without her, obviously, back to basics, basically, of Siege. Whereas on the side of UTS, unless this is, you know, some sort of like the early gripes from the earlier matches on Cafe or maybe against Swinburne previously, the Brava and Ace kind of feel like a bit of a mismatch, because on one end, Brava is a very niche one because you basically preventing the hack of all your electronic utility, which, I mean, in the case of what UTS are bringing, kind of makes sense because 4 of those 5 operators can be countered by Brava. But in the sense that you could pick an even more powerful operator to ban, you could absolutely do that. And then Ace feels like a little bit too niche because you also still have quite a fair few of the hard breaches as well still in the play. So it's again feels more so kind of almost like a knee-jerk reaction really to the bans.
Yeah, a bit of a vault of electricity there, isn't it? You know, that reactiveness can make or break you, you know, to this one. We're going to be looking to play the early informational game here, aren't we? Looking to clear the space and see who will take first mark on to their advancement here.
Yeah, with the introduction as well of Monty to the play, Side will basically get to play very much of just a human drone, really, for the most of it, and just be the frontliner for the rest of the team. Plus, the introduction of a double flank watch util in form of Gridlock and Nomad being brought on in is not a bad shout. And oh man, that's going to be a bit of a problem as well to deal with if not too careful. But the C4 from down below, oof, that one's going to sting.
Yeah, that one's not something you want to wake up to, is it? We'll see. They will be able to react to it though, so they're taking it pretty easy for the moment, you know. And I love to see the living drone fulfilling its purpose as well, you know. Big shout out to Monty, as you said there. Always good to see Monty doing God's work. But UTS are doing a pretty good job on their defense so far. You know, they have player advantage in their favor, almost furthering that by 2 if Sky gets taken out of play as well. So it really forces them to kind of consider how they want to trade this off and clear the gap here.
And with already a frag starting to come on through, and now the Maestro being spotted out, now the plans for the potential plan will need to start coming on out. Sky does get pressured quite heavily, but at the moment he turns around and starts going for the plan, he does have that turtle shell to basically go in for the plan. So unless an explosive starts flying into his face, that'll be it for him. No, Sky actually does get down.
Go down and go all the way back up for Boron there. So solid shots coming in from them. That's their team, the player lead and more. Ooh. Taking another frag there with great speed. Oh, there it is. They know. Catching them on the jump over. Boron is just locked onto this one. And maybe one more to follow. There it is. Halves takes away this one. What a confident hold there. You know, they just stuck to their position.
Yeah, that was a pretty solid hold there, I would have to say, from UTS. Managed to really lock things down, and I think the fact that the Monty took quite a fair bit of damage in the early stages of that push really set himself back because he couldn't really tank too much of the damage, and from there on got downed. And for the Swinburne attack, they basically had to play for recovery. And despite the fact that they managed to even out the numbers, in the end, it didn't really matter, really. So look, kudos to UTS. For Swinburne, they have to really start reiterating, and interestingly enough, it's a bit of a heavy pivot, actually, with them completely deciding to opt out of the shield operators and instead introducing a Rauda as well as a Ram, with Ram, I'm assuming, to be mainly played up above with her utility. The boogie drones will be quite perfect here to be the ceiling removal right above the site. And otherwise, okay, right. We seeing a snake? No, okay, a thermite pick. I wouldn't have minded a snake pick here, but instead we actually get the introduction of Buck as well. So a heavier lean into the vertical game from Swinburne here to try to shut it all down even before they make their way over to the site, which I'm quite keen on that one.
Yeah, I'm keen to see if they can kind of pull something through in that regard as well. So they're going to take it easy for the moment. Into this whole position here for the time being. It's good that they've managed to establish those lines of sight for each other early. They are looking to see if they can get some further information, just clear the space there with their drones. That'll be good, so then at least they don't have to check their corners as closely here. They can kind of divide up a path forward. They know there's some utility in place which could shut them down as well. So the more information they have here, the easier it's going to be to clear, stage themselves for the fight, and look to engage.
I believe they actually just misdroned one of the defenders. They do not know that there's a presence around the construction hallway, which could be a bit of a problem going further, as there is a two-man presence around the top floor, and clearing that out will be very crucial, and they need to do this with minimal losses as well. So a re-swing to come around, a matter of fact, a pincer to come on through, and a pre-fire as well. Good lord. Okay, that's one. Can they flush out the second one, though?
Oh, good to get it done, so they will find two. The wishes have come true, Cthulhu, but there's still going to be more to work for here. Maybe they need to pull a genie, you know, get some more wishes out of that one. We'll see if they can find the lamp. Not today, but they are still keeping it in play for a while longer. And UTS, they have to find a way to close the gap to regain an advantage here.
Yeah, a fair bit of play will need to be done to shut things down, and a flank as well to bring on out. Not the best idea considering that there is a gridlock now in play, but things are about to get a whole lot dicier because the vertical game is now going to be the name of the game for both of the teams, as they need to be very careful about how they play. And yeah, Baronatron will need to be very much cautious about where he steps. 46 seconds to go, though. There is still hope for UTS's defense to shut it all down, but it needs to start now.
Yeah, time to start it off. Pull through. UTL at least going to crack through the lasers there. See if they can flush their way in as well. Look to engage. Here we go. User coming down there, so UTS gonna face a little bit more pressure, trying to stop them in place, but no, it's gonna be Swinburne swinging in, and now further their player advantage, and it all goes flawlessly. What a turn of events there from round to round, and now both teams are on the board.
Perfect coverage there from the attack of Swinburne ensures that it's a nice and steady progression for them, and nice and early double kill from Millie as well has ensured a very good initial entry to the building. So gotta say, so far this is looking pretty promising for Swinburne. It sort of stays par for the course in terms of what I got to see, at least from them last time, where they play a very sort of game for adaptation, where they you know, if they lose one round, they make a couple of switches, the next one usually will go down their way, and usually the pace seems to stay their way until that sort of composure gets broken and they sort of get to reinventing the run once again. So far so good. There's still ample opportunities to try to bring back, so we'll have to wait and see if that does actually come to fruition in the end. But otherwise, I mean, not as much of a change. Yeah, once again, Millie is bringing in the Ram. As a matter of fact, yeah, this is exactly the same lineup that Swinburne are bringing in. On the side of UTS, though, there is a slight adjustment. The introduction of Tubarao on Sweet Red Jam, the DMR plus the util to slow down the movement should ensure to just allow UTS to play for time just a teeny tiny bit longer.
Yeah, and that's kind of what they want, right? Especially on the defensive side, be able to stall out the time there and look to draw the round as close to the end or the edge as they can here, because, you know, if Swinburne get a lot of haste behind them, clear a lot of space for free, then time is going to be to their benefit in every sense of the word there. So, curious to see if more will get dragged through from here, because right now, you know, they're still just trying to clear the space or break through into the building there. See if they can cover the ground, find those bomb sites nice and quickly here. So far, so good, though. You know, no one's kind of marking them on the corners at the moment. They're holding their defensive positions well and not giving anything away.
Exactly that, yeah. not really as much as being given away. This guy does get tagged a little bit there on the initial approach, and the Blackbeard certainly not feeling particularly too comfortable in his position. But certainly there's still going to be an opportunity to make the play. Millie is actually pretty close to the side as well, already ready to rumble. And I'm wondering if there is actually going to be an opportunity to really go for a cheeky refrag as well. In the meantime, not as much of the util has been thrown around. Halves is trying to do his best to just hold off any aggression beforehand, and it's Sweet Red Jam to actually open up the or rather the kill feed with his DMR.
Yeah, nice opening coming out from a UTS there. Looking to stick her back for now, though. More to follow, however. Well done, well played, as they will take down another couple. We wake up and see the sparks keep flying, and Millie gonna be good to get another one. Traded back, though. It's all up to Furch here. Trying their best to stick onto it. UTS ready and waiting for whatever is gonna be coming towards them.
Exactly that, yeah, they not really too scared, too afraid. Geek Knight is the one to actually finalize the scoreline there as well. And it's nice and steady progression once again, this time a point to go down the way of UTS. And this actually worked out really, really well for them. They managed to really crack the overall pacing, they shut down the initial aggression, and the fact that Millie was lost very, very early into the matchup meant that A, you didn't have much of the vertical breach, B, you didn't have much of the aggression as well to boot. So all in all, this worked out extremely, extremely well for them. So one will hope that we'll get to see a little bit more of the pushback from Swinburne. Otherwise, if they keep on letting this slip away, this could be a pretty lopsided game, I'd have to say.
Yeah, I'm curious how it's going to keep progressing from here, you know, how the game will transform going forward here, as we will jump into the next portion. Time for preparations to be made once again here. And I guess with the progression thus far, it does make me think, you know, will it be just a trade of rounds over and over again here, the one-to-one over and over again before the sides look to flip there? Whether it could be momentum continuing to build in one direction here. UTS certainly have the reins on that so far, but they can easily shift if they aren't too careful. So good to see that they're setting themselves up for success here, you know, preparing for whatever Swinburne might be looking to bring to them.
Exactly that, yeah. Swinburne, though, changed things around just a teeny tiny bit with the introduction of Thermite now, looking to ensure that they have covered all the basics. And looking at the lineup actually on the side of ETS, yeah, the choice of the Bandit plus the Castle as well, on top of already a pretty solid anchor-heavy lineup of UTS, is looking to ensure that things will, if before they weren't really too slow, this time they will go extra slow, really. So we'll wait and see if there is much of a response on that, but Ox unfortunately already does fall to Senor Hund, and that is it for the Thorn. And unfortunately, no shotgun, no trap play. Though I would imagine that already plenty of the Thorn gadgets been already placed out.
You can definitely make use of them there. I like the patience coming out from Virch as well, you know, just in case anyone's getting a little bit too keen to try and push into this one. It will be punished accordingly. Speaking of, maybe time for some phone calls here, you know, time to pick up. Not quite yet, though. We'll be waiting it out for the time being. Still just extra cautious, because they don't know what's lying in wait for them. You know, they can't afford to slip here. They are looking to make more from it. Boren, you know, all eyes front and center, but I mean, the fight's not going to go on around them, or at least not yet.
Not yet, indeed. Though a re-swing is ready to rumble. Geek Knight trying to go for a bit of a solo roam. Doesn't look like it may end any well for him, as he's forced off the white stairs as well. And as of now, the rest of the team is sort of forced to fall back to the side. Halves is the only one currently offside, ready to find a bit of a flank, but without much of a support. maybe getting overwhelmed pretty soon. Minute though remaining, so there's plenty of opportunity for UTS to hold on to, but with Samson's getting the better of Geek Knight, that is just making things a whole lot more problematic.
And the problems are looking to build up from here. Position given away as well. That's going to be A-OK. Still got that player advantage. And ready to find more openings from here. Ooh. Get prepared. We'll be blasting through, trying to get the one up over them. Not going to happen though. They will find the opening onto Boren. Time of the essence, UTS. Just need to hold them, you know, find an angle, find something.
Throws the gadget.
But it's just not working out. 15 seconds to go. Pressure building slowly but certainly here, Cthulhu. And now it could have come to a hold.
Yeah, the C4 does come on through in just the perfect timing, now having to stay alive, but no, they can't even do that, unfortunately. The C4 was just the perfect setup, and all they needed to do is just keep alive, just keep away from the gunfight, and that would have been the perfect round for them to take, but Swinburne do manage to win it all out, and happy to oblige with being gifted some of the frags as well. Unfortunate turnaround, I'll have to say, for the UTS turnaround, as they had a perfect opportunity to really throw a bit of a spanner in the works there, but will be giving away the momentum for now to Swinburne University. And moving onwards, yeah, top floor defense is very much expected at this stage, as well, after a bit of an unfortunate turnaround in terms of how you hold on to the second floor, or rather, well, the bottom floor as well. You want to get back to a bit more of a comfortable pick, and bar and cocktail is certainly the choice for that. So we'll have to wait and see if UTS will be able to make a return on their form. But yeah, that one was definitely a bit of a tilter, I would imagine.
Yeah, that's going to be a certain bit of a tilter there, and see if they can recompose themselves coming forward from here as barricades look to rise, just like will rise to the occasion here, and set up the little windows of contact so they can be as prepared as possible to face off their enemies. You know, always got to check your corners and clear your angles, because you could get caught off guard within just a moment. So once again, there's so many windows to play around, you know? And there's a window of opportunity that's going to be rising up soon as well. I can just feel it, you know? I can feel that energy building.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a good chance here to really bring a bit of a redemption run as well for UTS should they lose some of that spark initially. We'll wait to see if anything will come through on Geek Knight. Getting tapped away on his feet. Getting a little bit overexposed, and yeah, that's the unfortunate sort of part of playing around the freezer area as well, as well, if you're not too careful, a lot of your initial HP will be taken away, and Sweet Red Gem at least is able to find a bit of a redemption against Dragon Rage, so that is one of the players out of the equation, but that doesn't make things any more easier for Swinburne, as top floor push may be a bit of a struggle from here on without any pressure onto Cocktail.
No pressure, no worries. They are going to take it easy. Ooh. Going to make some calls there. Not quite yet. Still got to wait it out. Search for a bit of information here. They're holding that angle tightly. No one looking to face off against them though, but that can easily change within just a second here. Wait patiently. Boren's gone down, so Samson's good for it, and maybe more to follow.
Yeah, that's a perfect trade-off here as well. Swinburne have the opportunity to really put in quite the world of hurt as well. With the DMR from down below, a lot of those positions around the bar area will be a little bit difficult to really play on now, but the flashbang from Samsung will be just trying to maybe force the Aruni out of the position. And Geek Knight all down, Halved is all gone as well. It's all down to Ox and Sweet Red Jam, and even that is not looking to be alive for too long as the shotgun from Millie shuts it all down. 2 versus 2 though, 40 seconds remaining, 1 player down, 1 more to go. Sweet Red Jam has the opportunity to still clutch up here.
Still a chance to clutch it up and look to break it through. They're going to hold it back for the moment. Oh, we'll find one. Nicely done. 1-to-1 situation here. they could rush over to their teammate in time, could bring them back too, but I mean, it's a little bit of a dangerous situation. Oh, they're going for it. Two heads are better than one, so they say, but they won't be able to play it out.
Time.
Oh, and there it is. Sweet Red Jam delivers, and that's the round.
Oh man, that one will be a bit of a rough one, considering that not being able to clear out much of the info gathering as well on the side of defense meant that it was a bit of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation from Swinburne, and didn't take the risks early enough, meaning that, well, for UTS it was a pretty easy cleanup from there. But well played on the side of Sweet Red Jam. Once again, the man is carrying the roster on this one with the clutch potential. The good part is, right now for UTS, is they sort of reached the minimum sort of point, or minimum performance point for themselves. Getting 3 points on the defense should ensure that at least if their minimum is achieved, they're going into the second half into their own attack with a little bit more of a just even ground. Ideally, you would want to see a 4-2 scoreline here for themselves, but even then, that's also just the 3-all is still should be relatively workable. Whereas on the side of Swinburne, they would want to actually get as many points as possible just to even up the scoreline if there is an opportunity for that, considering that attack can get quite tricky, especially with an OC. Things are just in general can get a little bit more problematic when it comes down to the attacking side, and OC as a region does tend to struggle on the aggressive side.
Yeah, gonna be tough to play onto the aggressive side, isn't it? You know, obviously, or calm and calculated in this regard, but still gonna be looking to stick it to it here. Chen, ready, waiting. They've already lost a teammate though, so Swinburne certainly could look to exceed or match them 3-3 here, especially if they continue to play for information and just take them out of proportion. But for the moment, we'll hold her back. UTS playing around their util, not looking to spill out, but one of their players has already been spilled away. So there you have it. It's going to be a 2-player advantage for Swinburne already.
Already, yeah, indeed. Without Capcan or Rooney, things might get a little bit more problematic going into the actual gunfight. Sweet Red Jam, though, Mr. 8-2 might still have some leverage to go, but majority of the team has already fallen back and trying to hunker down back on the side. Now, on the side of Swinburne, though, they will need to ensure that they are doing this as cleanly as possible, because losing out the numbers before you even make it to the site would become a bit more problematic in the further part of the round. Half a round though to go, still plenty of time to really work with, so they don't really have to, well, be in too much of a hurry. But with halves getting the better of Skyd as well, that's your IQ out of the way, meaning that's your, well, electronic utility clear out now out of the equation.
Out of the equation and ready to rumble. So we'll be jumping in to the final minute here. In a moment, and speaking of, it's already firing up. Sweet Red Jam kicking off for the bang, going down for the 2-piece there. The diffuser's dropped, and now they're popping off, but the fight's not over. They've still got more players trying to react to them here. They need to take it easy, regroup with their teammates perhaps, or just to watch the space there. Sweet Red Jam's battle has only just begun.
The fact that the Sweet Red Gem has been able to stay alive for so long has been absolutely just insane. And right now, between Millie and Dragon Rage, they will need to really put the foot, well, rather press the pedal to the metal, as they will need to find that frag on Sweet Red Jam, and after that, start going for the hunt. But 19 seconds to go, you have to go in for the push, and this is a very unfortunate turnaround, as Millie is now down, all down to Dragon Rage.
Oh, Dragon Rage, time to engage, and it will be. The diffuser getting popped down as well. Really in trouble, but not down and out yet until now. So, the diffuser goes in, and the round goes out. Well done to UTS there, managing to further themselves. Now, a 4th round in the bag.
4th round indeed, a very convincing turnaround here from them, and Swinburne kind of just burnt out on a lot of their a lot of their earlier resources very, very quickly, which was quite an unfortunate sight to behold. But nonetheless, excellent job by UTS to just burn through all of the time, burn through all of the opportunities for their opposition. And, well, a 4-2 scoreline is certainly the best case scenario that they could have found for themselves on the defense. Now, going into the second half, I'm expecting to see, well, maybe, yeah, well, on the defense side, yeah, it will be another Azami that will be banned out. And that one feels almost like a no-brainer. And yeah, Deimos to be banned out, that one feels a little bit more sort of understandable, a little bit more fair, considering just how potent Deimos can be in the right hands, and being able to track a fair few of the defenders once he spots them with his death mark. He will be out of the equation now. I'm curious to see how will Swinburne respond with their defense, because it's already quite a bit of a change in terms of what utility they're bringing in, with Valkyrie as well as the Fenrir being introduced. They are looking to A, gather a whole lot more information, and B, create some pretty solid choke points as well with those Fenrir gadgets, ridding any opposition of the sidelines the moment they step into the range of that gadget.
They're going to be able to shut those down nice and quickly, aren't they? You know, gadgets are always going to play to the desired effects there as they look to inject themselves into the round ahead. Preparation phase will go down. Good night, farewell. It's time to spring to action. Here we go. We'll be setting the gadgets in place there to ensure that they have as much vision, as much presence as they can to keep control of the respective areas of the map there. You know, playing around the bar and doing whatever they need to go far in this one. UTS now to see if they can press the lead they have even one step closer.
Yeah, for UTS, it's a very interesting lineup that they're introducing, just due to the fact that, you know, the introduction of the Grim plus the Dokubi points at them wanting to really know as much of the, as many of the positions as possible, really, of the defense. They want to lock down as many points as possible, or rather, well, as many angles as possible. And so, on top of it all, the OSA plus the Nomad pick is looking to ensure that the front lining stays nice and consistent if used correctly, and then, well, the Twitch to get rid of some of that electronic utility, which is going to be plentiful, yeah, on the side of UTS. Straight off the rip, though, it's Swinburne to find the opening kill. That is on Baronatron, or Boron, as well, and that is your flank watch out of the equation. Now you have to be a little bit more proactive about how you play, and, well, sighting. I'd rather not have any sight lines here. He decides to close down the window, and in the meantime, the Fenrir finally catches it.
Catches wind of it, now looks to see if they can take any more action forward here. Here we go. Getting prepared here, Geek Knight and Co. Trying their best to rappel through. See if there's a point of contact or an opening they can exploit upon here. But not getting much traction just yet, you know, still just waiting patiently for their time to shine here. Their patience may wear thin sooner or later. Oh, shots coming out from Geek Knight there, trying their best to push them out, but they're going to have to retreat for the moment.
Have to retreat indeed. 53 seconds left to go. There is a push out coming in to go in for the swing. That's Sky looking to try to put a bit more of a hurt on the opposition, but the reswing might actually be a bit more dangerous here.
That danger is only growing by the moment, as it will continue. Double kill for Sweet Red Jam, and they're ready to tame the beast onto this one. Shut down the gadgets that lay in wait and look to slate themselves towards success. 20 seconds and a dream. The dream coming true for Sweet Red Jam. Now on for more, as they only have Millie to deal with here. One player, many dreams. Will they come true or turn to a nightmare? The diffuser now gets put in place. Millie, though, will be able to get it done on to Chen. 1v2 here. Trying their best to position themselves accordingly. They could all be over just like that.
It'll be over indeed, yeah. Millie will have to play this very carefully. That's one to go. One more for the road. As Geek Knight will have the opportunity really here to put yet another dent into Swinburne's performance. do so, one more point away from getting the opportunity at the match point. Without finding the planter though, well, can't really find much of a success, and Geek Knight plays his part perfectly well. The reswing is just crispy as well. That's a 5th point, Matsy. Nice and cheeky 2-5. UTS are feeling very confident, it seems, at the moment.
Yeah, it looked so back and forth in the beginning there, right? You know, eventually we had the 2-for-2, but UTS have just stormed ahead from there. I feel like maybe they were just feeling out their opponents in the beginning there to see how they wanted to approach things, to see what their weaknesses were, and now UTS are just continuing to draw the line of success here and managing to take round for round. Only have a little bit more distance to cover as well, and I mean, if they keep up like this, it could have been all golden all around. So Swinburne, they got to lock back in. They got to find a way back into this one, otherwise they will be left behind here.
Exactly that, yeah, gotta be locking in very soon. Swinburne not looking particularly too hot here on their performance, even whilst being on the defense. Well, one would hope that maybe going into the next rounds they will be able to wake up, because otherwise UTS only need for just 2 more rounds, or rather 2 more points to accumulate, and that's going to be the game. That's going to be the full set of points as well, and that should be propelling them nice and high on the leaderboard as well. And for Swinburne, I believe that would be potentially their first loss. It's going to be quite an unfortunate turnaround. But looking further into this, early initiation for a gunfight potentially might be coming through here. Samson's looking to get aggressive.
Looking to bring out their aggression, bring out the Fist of Fury. The angle is great, you know. As soon as they find it, it can be perfect, but not today. Exchange a bit of damage there and look to retreat. And I think it's good discipline that they didn't outstay their welcome onto that one, and they can keep themselves into the game a bit longer.
Exactly that. Continuing his roam game. No real pressure to coming through from the windows either. So Samsons will get to have free reign over the 2nd floor for quite a fair while. And in the meantime, UTS need to ensure that they are basically ticking all of their check marks rather. And maybe, just maybe, we'll still have enough time to really go for the top floor push, because otherwise, well, there's a nasty surprise to have in play here. The moment that this C4s from down below will come on through, but Halves doing his job pretty well, gets the better of Samsons.
Better of them there, and ready to continue to flare up right now. It's Halves pondering on pushing through the stairs there. They got their teammate with a drone as well. They can certainly look for information here or play around it accordingly. Let's look to run around. Maybe can get something through by the end of the hallway there. It's just not happening today.
Well, at the moment is looking a little bit dicey, as the reswing needs to happen here. Halves finds another one. That's a down. Looking to just do one-man army kind of push as he tries to go for a reswing. There is Dragon Rage close by, and with the shotgun might just be able to shut things down. In fact, he will be, but a refrag comes on through nice and quick. It's all down to Sky to do anything, but at the moment, 30 seconds to go with not much of the opportunity. No C4s from down below to bring in as well. The plant should be very much just free real estate.
Free real estate all a day long. Let's see if they can get it done now. Diffuser goes down. Time ticking here. Can they lock in and get us something back? It's gone. Oh, tries to slide on in. They're not watching the right angle though. It will be strangled away from them at the right timing. Love that tight place there, and Sweet Red Jam will be able to take it. So, one more round is all UTS needs here. Can they do it?
Oh, that might just be the well, it might just be it, honestly. I'd say this so far is looking like a very much of a UTS game to take, and they are not backing away in any shape or form. It's been so far a pretty steady progress for them, and they have not really let their foot off the gas here either. So TS certainly looking posed to take this map as well if they continue at it. Meanwhile, on the end of Swinburne, things have been just very, very rushed, it feels. Even if they would have just, taken a moment to just not even just go for too many swings. You're playing on the defense, play for time at this point, try to just drain as much of the opportunities as possible. Why go for the swings? And even with those swings, a good chunk of them were very uncertain in terms of how they were approaching them. There wasn't much of a confidence in those swings either, which ended up resulting in, ultimately, their demise. So, as of now, yeah, Swinburne are certainly on a bit of a struggle street and trying to find their pacing, really. If anything.
Yeah, find the pacing, clear the spacing onto this one. Let's see how things will go down. So we take it easy now. Wait for the right moment here. They got pings coming through as well. They're communicating, you can tell. Getting ready for the onslaught ahead of them. Ready for the siege ahead. As they look to exercise their patience. Well and truly, before this clash has even begun. UTS, though, still just looking to clear their own lines of sight here. Gonna see if they can find some points of contact. No one looks to make the first move yet. They're not even close enough.
Doesn't look like it at the moment. Looks like UTS, they just taking their sweet time to find the exact positions. Sweet Red Jam might be the one to that will have to frontline the push here, but I'm liking what Boron and the rest of the crew have been doing, just shutting down a few of those doorways, taking away a few of those peak points as well. And there's no presence around the VIP area as well. Halves has the free real estate to get to breaching without any contention, and now with Millie down, that's an even wider of an opening.
Yeah, good opening, and now shuts out one player, so at least there's one beginning coming into this one. Drone coming through as well. Should be able to catch something from that, perhaps a little bit of information, or maybe more to follow. Red Jam playing into it. Sky in trouble as well. Will be a slid out of that one. So another one down in favor of UTS here.
Yeah, and with that, not a whole lot of opportunities are left here for Swinburne. They do have one more C4 in the hands of Firkt, but otherwise, this is looking to be a very grim picture for them to be painted. Unless a absolutely hero play of a clutch comes on out, it might just be the final one to really play it all out. The smoke grenade does go down. In comes the swing, and well, at the moment, Dragon Rage is all tagged up to all hell. Firkhund is struggling as well to find his own frag, and well, with the plant starting to go down, there's not much else to prevent there, as there's already a peak hole as well around the foot level right at the entrance. Plant is now down, one down, two more to go, or rather one more to go, and it's a flawless round to conclude it all out. And that's it. Matsu, UTS just absolutely come in, take their map, and they don't really even get to really sweat too much for it. This was just gifted to them at this point.
Yeah. They unwrapped that one and will be a gift well received. So, Sweet Red Jam on the MVP. Unsurprising considering they had 17 eliminations. Wow. Just a big result coming through from them there. Hard pushing the issue to the enemies time and time again, weren't they?
Oh yeah, very much pushing the issue there to the maximum. And honestly, I mean, there hasn't been much of a way to come back out of this one for Swinburne. It was a matter of just they weren't really locking out their plays. They weren't really, considering their timings as well. And it was just a series of unfortunate events, honestly.
Yeah, and it all comes to a halt here. So, GG, well played into that series. We've got more. They're going to be cooked up on the other side of this break, everybody. You don't want to miss it. We'll be back soon. Hello, welcome back everybody! Matty and Cthulhu coming at you with yet another series, and here it is. It's going to be none other than UOM taking on UNSW. Not Matty versus Cthulhu, save that for later in our drone warfare. The battle of who can have the fastest drone. But who's going to have the best team right now? Here's our rosters.
Yeah, the UOM roster being led by Histian, Yalos, Evans, Loftwolf, and Random, as well as UNSW with Med, Agent, Kraz, Average Conk, and Jiggy making their appearance. Last time for UOM, I believe they had a relatively decent turnaround. Let me just quickly dial it back. So they managed to win against UTS roster, and otherwise after that it was, well, their only matchup of the day. Meanwhile, on the side of UNSW, things been a bit of a back and forth. They had a rough turnaround against UQ, but otherwise against RMIT and then MON roster, they had a pretty solid conclusion, a 7-0 and a 7-4. So both teams coming into this as previously the winners, but for UOM, they got the opportunity to keep their streak nice and alive.
We are jumping in to the bands here. Mira and Maverick going to be the first couple offline, and more to follow. We wallow it down to none other than the Azami and Monty will be going away. So the living vision ward, so to speak, ain't going to be doing much this time around. Bye, Monty. But we are going to be jumping in to our operator picks right now.
Yeah, not the worst turnaround, honestly, with getting rid of Monty, considering that there's still quite a fair few of the shielded operators still available for the attack, but you are very much correct. The human drone will be out of the equation, meaning that, well, if the attacking side would like to opt into the a bit more of the shield play, they would have to go a little bit more of an aggressive side. So we'll have to wait and see if UOM does decide to opt into that. On the side of UNSW, University of New South Wales, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far in terms of their choice. The introduction of the Clash is certainly not a bad shout at all for their play, considering that the Clash, especially in the current meta, borderline plays as almost as like a, I guess, a shield denial as well against the attack with her zap from the shield. Otherwise, the rest of the defense is looking to introduce a little bit more flexibility with Boyo, the Wamai, to name a few, and then looking to really put a bit of a dent on the side of the offense. So I'm really keen to see how will that duo of the Thatcher plus the Hibana will work out, and how will Snake be able to enforce the roam clear.
Let's see how they will be able to be the enforcer, and our vision will be forced into proportion here as UOM are already prepared to clear the space there, looking to put some shots out and just wait for their moment. So we take it easy for the time being. Gonna make some noise, clear the space. No one will match them as yet, though. You know, UNSW is giving it some time to cook here, but there's another drone online now, and they're looking to get more where that came from. Good to at least get shut down, however. That's the presence of our defenders on this one.
Exactly that. Well, let's see if there's going to be much of a return on the investment coming through. Random already getting the breach up and running. There will be an Aruni gate up the right after that hatch, so they will need to burn some sort of a piece of utility to get rid of it, but by the looks of it, that has been already done as well. And in the meantime, some early gunfight already between Kraz and what I'm assuming is Histian already managed to occur, with half a round remaining. Now with the hatch open, there should be an opportunity for a little bit more of a cheekier plays, but Histian is trying to play some sort of a 4D chess here to try to force off some of the positions off of the main stairs.
Yeah, looking to force position and see if they can get next position on deck here. Shots already coming out, though. Looking to keep themselves alive, keep themselves known, and try and zone it out. No one going to be opt into this one just yet, though. See the breach coming through very soon here. Ooh, gonna have vision over that player there. So looking to just wait it out for the time being. see if they can scope their position further. But no one delivering anything yet. Ooh, Kraz getting caught off guard though. Nice angle from Luftwolf. This starts the round off for real.
Exactly that, with already the clash out of the equation. 25 now seconds to go, and time is running very short. They have to keep on firing off and keep on getting those frags because random just got down, and it's all down to the last remaining amounts of defense. But even us, we can't really even keep up with all of this action because UOM just absolutely slammed the opposition without much of a opportunity for them to respond back.
Yeah, going to be absolutely slamming it down, aren't they? So good to take control of the situation there and to continue in that direction. I was impressed with, I guess, the patience being exercised by both teams here. You know, really just holding it to them and giving it their all. UNSW, though, they got to really lock in so they, one, don't get exposed to uncomfortable angles into the round there and net themselves in a disadvantage, and two, just try and see if they can react together or to pull things back when things get a little rougher. But for now, going to be laying down the barricades, putting up those preparations, and they've already spotted out a drone. So I guess that's good scouting coming out from them to try and stop UOM from information gathering here. But I mean, they already have the idea that there's going to be a player playing nearby the garage there.
Exactly that. Well, yeah, the scouting has been so far very much crucial here, and with the introduction of the castle as well, I'm really looking forward to see how will University of New South Wales be able to really play their part here, because the castle has a massive opportunity to really put quite a fair bit of just a dent on the performance and a bit of a spanner in the works in terms of where can UOM really go. So see how that will really pan out, because if they're able to slow things down even just by a smidge, this could be a massive turnaround. But with already quite a fair few of the positions being exposed, this could mean a lot more problems in the future.
Those problems could continue to build up, headed to almost a halt here. We'll be waiting it out. Drones coming through. It's the attack of the drones on this one, Cthulhu. And they may yet get away.
They may just indeed. We'll have to see if that does come to any sort of fruition, because this is already a minute lost and not as much of a return on any sort of investments in terms of time here for UOM. They need to make sure they pick up the pace fairly soon on the side of University of New South Wales. They are looking to try to just keep up the delay game as much as possible.
Yeah, keep out the stall game there and look to see if they can continue to make positive strides in that game for that matter. But as I say that, UNSW fight back with two to start the account off. A good trade back from Yelnos there, and one in the same. Kraz barging in, oh, from long distance. Ooh. They piston their way forward. Evans now, last player standing. They know where Kraz is playing from. And, woo, they will get the angle. So nicely done there. 1v3. They're breaking free into this one, Cthulhu.
Sir, looking very much keen and ready to rumble. Evans still got a bit of time to work with, so he can just bring it back should he need it, but it will be still a bit of a difficult order to really pull on off. The rest of the defense just has to basically sit pretty and just wait for the swing to come around. And already, yeah, stuck between a rock and a hard place, will need to really try to pull himself up, and will have to go for basically face-checking majority of his positions, which isn't ideal at all.
Yeah, not going to be the ideal situation, and now they're down to just a trickle of health on this one. Evans not going to have much time either. The hourglass weighing thin here, and so too will the round. So, great comeback from UNSW. Met to seal that one away and save the day. Happy days all round here. And it's going to be one apiece. And, you know, this is almost feeling like a sense of deja vu to our first series.
Yeah, that's certainly the case. The deja vu is certainly quite strong on this one, considering just how potent things looked originally there. But unfortunately, no redemption yet for either of the teams. They have so far managed to show us that, well, both of them can have a bit more of a rougher run, you could say. And, well, I'm curious if there's going to be a bit of a response to come on out from UOM after what was a bit of an embarrassing turnaround there, I have to say, for their round.
Yeah, going to be quite taxing on them, isn't it? We'll be looking to step 2 preparations, all the same here. Going to bring those gadgets in to the fold and see if the round will be sold or story told as we jump into the action phase within seconds now. It's time for UOM to lock back in here. See if the drones will work to succession, as one of them is already launched straight out the gates there. They're ready to try and get that intelligence, clear the space, see if they can stage the next fight.
Exactly that. The introduction of Blackbeard as well is certainly an interesting one, to say the least, considering that against the Clash things could get a little bit dicey if they're not too careful, but we'll wait to see how that will really pan out. Otherwise, double hard breach so far is being introduced for the offense, is certainly posing to ensure at least that the breach game is nice and steady here for them. And moving onwards, well, maybe the push should be fairly clean as well, going further into it.
Should be clean as can be. Getting on through to this one. So going to take it slow and steady. Wait things out for the moment. Already in a bit of trouble now, though. UNSW have locked it back in. Med want to finalize the previous round, opens up the next. So they can flex their way into this and already reposition. Stay out of harm's way here. So I love that they're staying moving, not looking to be locked into one space here.
Exactly that. Already C4 being pre-placed from down below, looking to bring a little bit of a surprise, to say the least, to the opposition should it need be. With the breach now all wide open, question being is, well, how are UOM looking to approach this offense from here on, because things are still looking to get a bit dicey, I would imagine, moving onwards. So there could still be quite a lot of very, very unfortunate positions to be played on out, but it's Clash to take the initial heat.
Yeah, gonna need a extinguisher to try and put some of that heat out, aren't they? Gonna be able to catch one of those just yet. Average tries their best to get shots over the top, and now forced to reposition. Kraz goes down from random, so good way to return back into this one. Maybe looking for more as well. It's random again. Let's take aim at this one. Has located the bomb site, so that's going to be one thing, but I need more where that came from. They need shut the door here. Evans might just be able to do it. Good double down there, and looking for more around the corners here. The round's looking to heat up right on the edge of the end.
Right on the edge of the end, indeed, as another set of just re-swings coming through. Agent, once again, going absolutely ballistic. There is a swing to come on through. No, Blackbeard is the one to actually take the win in that gunfight. 6 seconds remaining. He just needs to stay alive. Agent doesn't even need to swing, but does decide to still opt into it. Does come out the victor as well on top of it all. And, well, University of New South Wales do manage to just bring it all back, but that was a phenomenal effort from Agent.
Yeah, it really showcased why they are securing a license to kill there, you know? They're able to do a lot of great things for their team. Now we're seeing our next set of bands coming out. It's Solid Snake and Clash into this one. So it's been, I guess, fun to see Solid Snake, you know, since their addition into the operator roster there.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's been a pretty solid choice, honestly, with his utility. Snake has been able to use that Soliton radar as well, which provides in the right hands just a phenomenal amount of info to your teammates. So in the right hands, you could do a lot of damage. So I'm wondering if if the UOM roster will be able to really fully utilize in the next attempt, or whether this is going to be a pretty lopsided sort of venture.
Yeah, we'll see if they can lock it down, you know, or whether it could just be a one-sided affair, as you said. But for the moment, we're gonna lock it down, lock it in, and see if UOM can spin things back into proportion here. As we take it slow, take it easy before this round heats up.
Exactly that. Yeah. I mean, looking at the overall choices so far that are being introduced here by the UOM roster, the introduction of Fuse is arguably the one that has me a little bit curious to see how will that really pan out, because generally speaking, a Fuse pick can get a bit niche, and you can see a few rather, well, curious picks to coming out of it. But honestly, I'm pretty excited to see if Fuse will be able to really bring out, you know, the full potential here.
Full potential. Could it be sequential here? Kraz waiting around the corner. Going to be taking a bit of a scuffle there. Falls back just in time. At least they can play their position accordingly. Keep themselves online so they can support their team here. Not for too long, however. So they're just going to take it easy. They do have man advantage as well, so UNSW need to hold on to that as long as they possibly can here, as UOM slowly but steadily trying to see if they can creep up on some space here, you know, gain a bit of map control for themselves and try and pounce upon the sites from there. Now though, C4 going out, gonna scare them off at least a little bit here. Look to do more from there.
From there, indeed, there's ample amount of opportunities here to just keep on throwing more and more spanners in the work. With Histian out of the equation, that's your hard breacher gone and out. No more of the secondary hard breach devices either on the side of the Fuse, which may make things a whole lot more difficult, to say the least. Let's see if there is going to be much of a response to coming out, because look, honestly, this is looking to get pretty dicey if not addressed soon enough.
Here we go. 55 seconds in the dream. Site's located and they're ready for more. Playing around the angles though. See if they can shoot them through the cabinet there. Just gonna have to play them patiently. Agent good for finding random there. Take it easy for a moment. More shots to follow. Evening it up here. Still more that could be ongoing into this round, but they can get a bit of vision as well with the gadget being activated there. So it's time to lock it in, Cthulhu. Here we go.
Ooh, here we go indeed. 3 versus 3, 23 seconds remaining. The swings will need to come on through. Luftwolf completely out of the equation. Yellows needs to go in for the push himself. Evans is the one to try to find his own frag, but it's a refrag to coming out of Agent, and he's once again finding himself in a 1v1 situation. Why are you running away? You have the drop onto Yellows as well, but no, decides to go in for the finisher instead, and in comes the Fuse charge as well, just to prevent the initial drop. Should be allowing Yellows to set it all up for himself, but now forcing Agent to start going for a even wider rotation back, which now against the shield player, things might be looking a little bit more difficult. The AK-12 is actually looking to be quite potent here under this range, and ultimately Yellows has the power position here to shut things down.
Yeah, has that power, has that potential, and it is going to be Yellows taking it away. So, well done, well played, as they put on a valiant display there and look to step up to that 2-2 endeavor. Well, I feel like I've been in this place before. Would you look at that? We have, in the first series, and now we're back again. How many times will they keep this up? Let's find out, eh?
Yeah, certainly. There's plenty of possibilities here to be found and to be achieved, I reckon. And honestly, on both ends, this could get pretty full on, I'll have to say. I'd say this is honestly a pretty hectic game so far that's coming out. UOM has the opportunity to run away here, but so is UNSW with their play so far. It's been a pretty steady attempts, but yeah, look, that last offensive round, there could have been so many better plays that could have been done, but unfortunately that is not the case just yet. So moving into this, I'm looking at the overall lineup. We got the castle once again making an appearance. So is the pardon me, blanking out, the Tubarão making the appearance, and as well as the Jaeger. So we're doubling down on the throwable util disposal, and then onwards from there to see if they will be able to just win out on their own gunfights. Question being now, though, the way how UOM are posing themselves is the reintroduction actually of Fuse plus the double hard breach, which is looking to bring a lot more of a world of pain, really.
A lot more world of pain, and we're about to go insane into this round. As we look to drown it out here, UOM are good to find the sites early though, so that can certainly to put a bit of pep in their step here. Take it slow, take it easy. They know exactly where they got to go, and they can look to set their preparations up accordingly to surround and encroach upon that bomb site. Speaking of, already starting off strong there, finding Jiggy, and now going to be traded by Kraz there with a confident peek. Let's see if they can say peekaboo to more, as Average Conk is in a bit of trouble.
Indeed he is. Currently having a bit of a struggle to find just the right position to really work around, as things are looking more and more dicey the further they prolong. Though Conk has been able to get back up, so that is at least a positive thing to even out the manpower into a 4 versus 4. But Matsy, this is looking to get dire pretty quickly if not addressed soon, though the breach pretty confidently coming on in. So now the question being, UOM, where do they push here? And by the looks of it, it looks to be the main balcony.
Main balcony, and looking to stick around it. Might get blown away by that fan there if someone turns it on. Maybe not, but they are going to be sticking it out. The drone coming through can definitely clear some space as well. I like this from UOM here. And Histian will be the one to activate. So, good start. Get the man advantage and look to get better positioning. One and the same. They're not done until they're done, and we'll find one back. And a trade from Kraz. Good to barge back in, but now it's Kraz down and out, and UOM claim the round.
Exactly that, claiming the round nice and steady, and a consistent progress from them. UOM certainly feeling that they have a very solid control over the game as well here. And would you look at that, University of New South Wales calling in the not the overtime, what am I saying, timeout, and to bring on in, as not particularly too chuffed about the overall result here against their opposition, and especially being on the defense, falling through on some of the promises that were made for themselves. Well, unable to really follow suit has been certainly a bit of a problematic process for them. So going onwards, I mean, they have a decent setup and decent understanding of what needs to be done. It's just the overall just the execution has been a little bit on the lacking end. So I'm wondering if they will be able to actually find their form back on in, and maybe it is going to be just waiting for the offensive side to come on through, and maybe this is where they will get to shine.
Still get to shine and still prime up into this one as we jump into our prep phase right now and get ready for action, ready to find some traction here. Curious how things will go into the rest of this endeavor, you know, whether we have a story already built from our first series there. We've already playing to the script, so to speak, in one sense, but if UNSW can bounce back, then it might be entirely different. I'd love to see that for the sake of a competitive bout here. You know, I'd love to see teams go round for round all the way through to a potential OT if it gets there, but maybe not this time. We'll see what happens though, as our prep phase is going to be looking to get unveiled in a moment's notice here. UOM are ready to rumble. Let's stumble into this one.
Exactly that. Well, looking at the lineup as well here for UOM, the biggest change that they could have brought on in is the introduction of Ying to the roster, the cluster flashbang charge to bring on in. Certainly looking to put a bit of a hurt onto the, well, the retinas of the opposition, if anything. And from there on, well, but if they do decide to go in for a bit more of a push, this could mean a lot more trouble for the UNSW roster if they're not too careful about how they really approach this one. But moving here, we could be seeing a, well, once again, just actually a pretty standardized, very similar hold that they've attempted previously to do for their cash CCTV hold, and that is just, you know, try to lock things down with the castle downstairs and try to hold it off. But previously, it didn't really net as much of a success. So, same goes here. Once again, Hestian is the one to roll it all out, and unfortunately, that is the story of a very unfortunate turnaround for the gamer.
Yeah, a series of unfortunate events there. But it's going to be very fortunate for UOM. They'll be very happy. So far, still, road's not over yet. They've still got a few more blocks to travel before this one will be finalized. So, just under a minute and a half now, trying to path their way towards the rest of this, see if anyone's going to be hiding closely around the corners. But UNSW, they're patient right now. They're not giving anything else. They're already down a man. They can't afford to lose anything.
Not at all, yeah. Have to be very cautious about how they approach this very point. Well, push comes to shove, they might just be able to get that rolling, but question still stays as, well, how do they really make it work? Where do they really apply that pressure even further? Because things are looking to get escalated pretty rapidly as already the jump on in does come on through. No congestion over the master bedroom nor the logistics office means that it is free real estate to take, and it's construction push to, well, to be attempted really to establish some dominance here over the opposition.
The resistance granted and met here. 25 seconds to go. It's time to flow to proportion. Time to lock things down, lock it in as look to hold steady for the time being. UNSW in a bit of trouble. All but executed out of the rounds here as UOM now look to strike, but they've lost one of their own team. Random traded, I guess. The knife coming out from Hestian, though. That's diabolical. UNSW trade it back a multiple fold, and the defense prevails. My goodness. I can't believe it.
A huge shutdown there to come on through. University of New South Wales coming in big with their play there, managing to really shut down a good chunk of that progression without much of the really response back out of UOM. It was a very well held defense out of them. They really didn't falter at all throughout the entirety of that round, and it was just overall a nice and clean play out of them without really just any hesitation either. So really nicely executed, really nicely done. Now I'm wondering at which point do we get to see a little bit more of a progress really to well, at least from UOM, or whether they will fizzle away, because I mean 3-3 is not a bad shout to finalize your attack, but they certainly had some really good beginnings to make this a 4-2 in their favor.
Yeah, they definitely have the potential, right, to reach that kind of motion here. Let's see if they can make it happen, however. So we jump into the prep phase once again now. Time to get locked in to deliver what you came here to do. Barricade's going to be launched up, and we're going to be good to go in just a second here. Curious if UOM's going to be able to bounce back with some further momentum of their own here, as you know, it just feels like a bit of a seesaw effect into the rounds thus far.
Certainly does feel like it, yeah. It has been very much of a back and forth of a momentum between the two rosters, and it all very much hinges on just their execution for the most of it, really, Matsy. Just given that they've had so many amazing opportunities to really shut down a good chunk of the progression of each other's opposition, but it's just been so just harshly handled that it's been a very almost questionable sort of result at the end. So let's see how UOM handles their defense, because this one will ultimately show us as to, well, how do we really approach this? How do we see this play out? Because for University of New South Wales, they will be waiting for any sort of hiccups to be happening on the side of UOM, and they seem to know pretty well how to really punish the opposition as well. So no stress there, at least.
No stress there at all. Going to be happy days all round, and you to see more of where that came from as we step to the plate here. Still just clearing the space, you know. It's always a very patient start to each round where they have to make sure they scout clear positions there, stage themselves for the fights, and then look to execute accordingly. But sometimes they don't even get a chance to get to that last stage. If their enemy is able to catch them off guard, then they just have to adapt and try and overcome whatever will be brought to them. That could be the case for UNSW, or let alone for UOM right now. But it's anyone's game, considering no one has managed to really take position into this one yet.
Changing back.
Exactly that. Though the Demos does get to come on out, I'm very excited to see how really that pick will lay out. If there's going to be much of an actual response to it. Alternatively, already plenty of pressure being mounted around the construction area. So maybe we'll get to see a little bit more of a pushback should it come down to the full play.
Yeah, it could be a bit of a pushback here in a second. Ooh, they're going to be right on the other side to the walls there. They don't even know until they do. No one pulls through yet though. 50 seconds right here, and now step into high gear. They meet face to face.
Exactly that, face to face indeed, going for a swing for swing here as well, trying to find their own openers. But as of now, it's been a bit of a back and forth. They aren't able to find much of the opener on their own, and hopefully, yeah, well, there is finally Loftwolf is the one to open up the scoreline.
Opens the account and manages to quell the drought there. There's now a full-blown flood of kills onto the feed here. Not much time to deliver more. Histian takes to the floor. Jiggy's out. It's all up to Average Conk here. Trying their best to lock it in. It's Loftwolf, however, to find the round. So, nicely done to get it in play there. And they will seal the lead for themselves all over again.
Ooh-wee. There we go. Nicely done and dusted here. UOM really keeping themselves nice and tight on their performance, but man, that one felt a little bit dicey for a brief moment, but certainly not the worst turnaround that they could have expected here. So moving onwards, I'm wondering how will University of New South Wales will be able to respond, because so far, like you've highlighted before, Nancy, this does feel like very much of a matchup of a seesaw here between the two rosters. So we might just see a bit of a response to come on out, or maybe, just maybe, UOM will start running away with a little bit more of their own momentum here. So looking at the lineup as well, UOM sticking to a fairly steady sort of lineup of the operators. The only difference being is the introduction of now Oryx to the play, or Histian, to just add a little bit more aggro, add a little bit more just flexibility in roaming and some mobility as well, with a Remadash being allowing a very quick switch of the angles that can be played. There's certainly a plethora of opportunities to really take hold of.
Yeah, they can do a lot at this stage, can't they? And already UNSW are going to be the first ones to engage there. Histian is down, so one of their higher impact makers has already been expelled from the affair here. 2.5 minutes to go, and Gadgets are still going to be laid down. I think UOM, after losing one player early, they really want to adapt as quickly as they can here, right? Want to see if they can keep UNSW shut out as long as possible here. Sometimes it becomes all too much and impossible even. So curious to see who's going to come out on top of this one as we continue to progress our way through. You can see drones making their way forth as well. Keep scouting there. No one else has looked to engage yet. Exactly.
So not a whole lot of engagements just yet to be done. So maybe, just maybe, we'll get to see some sort of a return on form here. 4 versus 4 already, as average conk does fall amidst all of this play. And, well, wondering if with so much information being coming on out, Yalos actually does manage to pick up a frag. So is Random, as just the vertical game with the Valkyrie cameras is just bringing so much success, so much work as well, that now it forces University of New South Wales to really fall back, to really play passively, as it's all down to Jiggy and Agent to make anything happen. But man, it's a rough one, no matter how you look at it, really. Matsy, this is with a minute, still 10 to go, only 2 players remaining, and still plenty of breaching to be done. You really have to wonder, well, what really needs to change so that UNSW do not lose their numbers so early.
Yeah, and at this point, even with the man disadvantage, maybe they just need to play around each other. But, like, you're right. They need to focus long-term as well as to how they can lose their, I guess, player equalization, or let alone their numbers so much in the early phase there. Like, now they match, it's 2 versus 2, but the health advantage is heavily favored for UOM right now. Albeit, it's not all about that. UNSW, all they need is pretty much a couple of good shots there. And it should be A-OK. Still going to play around the shield, though, not yield any deeper results. It's going to be flashes all round. Random delivers the killing blow onto 1 and gets it done. Well done, well played.
Well done, well played indeed. This was a pretty decisive wrap-up to the run, honestly, there. And I have to give kudos. This was a really, really well-held play by UOM, and yeah, they didn't really shut off their opposition in any well, or rather didn't really give their opposition to have any sort of movement room, and just proceeded to keep on just hammering away, just nice and steady, without any issues at all. So moving onwards, I want to see just how the UNSW really respond, because at this point 2 more points only remaining. You don't really have much of a room to work with, and it's just going to potentially become a very dire situation where you kind of just left out from any opportunities to really perform. So I'm wondering if there is going to be much of a pushback from them, or whether this is going to be a pretty quick conclusion and UOM to take it all.
Yeah, curious to see if they will be able to take game at it and take it all, as they will rise up into the action phase now. We're looking to take it slow and steady in the early portion of that, but that can certainly change really, really quickly, depending on the next set of circumstances here. Wait things out, widen their opening as well, so good to keep that angle online. Unchecked for now, but still there, still present and waiting. Let's see if this is going to be there.
Yeah, there's definitely patience that needs to be practiced here to the fullest capacity, because otherwise, well, it will be a pretty quick conclusion to the round. Already, I believe there was a hatch that was opened up in Logi as well, so meaning Maestro of Yellows needs to fall back, and well, exactly, the fallback game is just nice and timely here as well. In the meantime, Loftwolf is already pressured from so many positions, and not a whole lot of not a whole lot of comeback as well. Where is the mute looking as well? Evans, where are you, man? Lost in a complete different universe by the looks of it, and man, this is a bit of a rough beginning.
Yeah, where are you? They're not sorry, as they will be able to take some good control on to that one, strolling ahead, shutting down the util as well. Looking to bring their way through, but Jiggy finds a random there, so gonna be missed into this one, and it will be the player advantage well and truly favoring UNSW right now, but it's not over till it's over here. UM still got the numbers to bring it back, but they are taking a little bit of marking there, so that's going to be a problem. I don't think they're too worried though.
I don't know. I actually think that they are pretty pretty well and sorted so far for themselves, as yet another one bites the dust. And well, this time the attack does come on through with full success, and University of New South Wales may just finally have a little bit of a bite to their performance as they finally starting to try to bring this all back. But man, it's still a bit of a tall road really to climb, I'll have to say.
Yeah, I hope they've got their hiking boots on, because it's going to be a long road still, even from here. You know, we're nowhere near the top. What we are near the top of is our bands there. Blackbeard and Clash are going to be taken out of play there, so not going to see those operators on deck any longer. See our next set picked into the game, though. It'll be all good all over. Monty could be locked down with a buck there, so everything should be a-okay. You have smoke coming online as well here, so lots of careful decisions to be made as to, one, how you approach the upcoming rounds ahead, and two, how you try and adapt around your opponent with your approach to the game itself, and even your operators that you look to bring it to the battlefield.
Exactly that. Oh, speaking of the picks as well, we do get a random actually bringing on out the Fenrir to try to slow down the overall push and just put a little bit more uncertainty into some of the swings. In the meanwhile, UNSW opting to actually bring a blitz rather than a Monty for Kraz, so we're looking at a very accelerated potential for the push to happen. And then top it all off, the Capitao with the smoke and fire bolts, as well as that the Grim for Agent. So a lot of the info gathering, but also a lot of just force force in front of them to really play with.
Yeah, can really play around this one and see what else they can maneuver here. Look to take it easy to open up the lines of sight there. See if anyone's going to be approaching towards them. Plenty of noise being made as well, so you know their enemies can be one and the same. Try and match them in that regard with catching lines of sight, but no one are going to be catching the eyes any time soon. Maybe in a second, though. They play their patience to a T here, but you can feel that tension building. You know, they know they're right around these corners. They know something is bound to happen very soon.
Exactly that. Already trying to use the 2-bar gadgets to just try to slow down the swings as well. Hoping to find their stride here and to find that maybe redemption as well for what happened in the earlier rounds. UOM run into a bit of a frag grenade issue as the breach is on in. Yalos, you really need to start either leaving or start using your smoke grenades as well. And unfortunately for now, the man is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Med does get taken down, but oh man, this is a problem and a half. And well, at the very least, there is a kill, but oh man, it could have been played out in such a much more cleaner way as well to just drain time, but nonetheless, UOM technically at an advantage here.
Yeah, looking good for the moment. We'll see if they can keep it that way. It's UNSW sticking it back here. Ready to try and find their footing once again, you know, on the attacking side here. Doing whatever they can to achieve their mission. But it's going to be UOM making final preparations as well. UNSW getting closer and closer into the Lion's Den, and things are about to heat up, Cthulhu. I can feel it. You can feel it. This one is going to go off in a moment's time.
Exactly that. The jump in needs to start happening very soon. 34 seconds to go, and Random will need to be very careful about his position to be played. He will be very much Q player as well, but does not able to hold or handle the heat as well. 1 versus 3. It's all down to Evans to try to make any magic happen, and getting tagged up to all hell does manage to find one. And in the re-swing, this may just be the last very fatal as well gunfight for him to take, as now both of the players have vacated the premises. One on the window, one on the rappel, and right now Jiggy has the perfect opportunity to shut it all down and jump on out. Yep, let me just present you the back of my head for the execution real quick. Jiggy does take that opportunity nice and steady, and that is the 5th point as we do equalize the scoreline.
5 for 5, we keep this game alive. Wow. Well done, well played into that one. They put on a Powerful display there. But they're not even done. Still got more to cook up into this as our operators get locked down, locked in all over again. And now it's time. Get the preparation down to business here. Time to cook up all your defenses. Get ready for what UNSW are looking to bring back into proportion here. Still just going to have to hold it down for a while longer though. So we aren't into the action phase yet, you know, still going to have to play into a bit of drone warfare, maybe later, but that's going to be a-okay. So we're going to take it easy for a while longer.
Exactly that, and yeah. Christian already ramping up on a hefty 10-8 scoreline, and meanwhile, two of the players of UNSW already managed to crack the 11 kill mark as well. That is Agent and Kraz doing absolutely phenomenal work there. Now for UOM, the question being is, now that you've lost all your momentum, you lost all of your point advantage, how do you really recover from that? I'm liking what I'm seeing in terms of the setups, but I wish there was a little bit more of a passive play coming out of them, because Yalos, for example, last round had an opportunity to just fall back, play for time. He had still 2 more of the smoke grenades, which is arguably in the pro level of play is considered to be one of the most valuable pieces of utility as well to play on out, because of just the amount of just area that you can cover and shut down is absolutely nuts. And so here I hope to see that, yeah, Yalos does decide to actually play the escape tunnel. Probably even that feels a little bit too far off from the side, but maybe we'll see him fall back soon enough. 2 minutes though have already passed. All 5 stack of UOM on the bottom, not really deciding to play for any sort of roam, deciding to opt into a turtle-like play, and maybe a bit of an impact trick to come on through. Meanwhile, on the side of UNSW, well, 1 down, and that is your Nomad as well out of the equation.
1 down, and maybe more to follow here. Histian won't drag on about it. Still going to be looking to progress their team's defenses as far forward as they possibly can. Keep your enemies out of your space there. Make them work hard if they want to get more. Speaking of, Histian, all over again, has found a Jiggy this time. So 2 down. Could be even more where that came from, but for the moment, battle of the engagements occurs on another side of the building. They are looking to take it easy. They will make their own strides in that direction.
Exactly such. Well, central stairs for Agent. He is feeling a little bit hesitant about where he wants to take the gunfight, as already quite a fair bit of the drone utility actually has just been lost. 3 more drones remaining. Agent nearly lines up himself a double kill as well, which is not the ideal situation, not the ideal scenario. And as of now, well, it's the push, it's the swing. Yalos needs to be careful about his play, though. The crossfire is certainly there. Random is able to back him up. Kraz is the one to fall. Average Kong is the one to push. Agent gone. It's all down to the dirt tunnel present, and will not have much of a backup with that either, as the DMR rings out into what potentially could be the demise later down the line.
Be exactly what they were hoping for here. Shots over the top. Average Kong will be able to get the bonk through there. Traded by Random. And they will be able to dig through that. So, nice way to get it done in the end there. And that is going to be UOM on top, a 6-5 now. And will it be more to follow? Will it be UNSW locking it back in? All to be tested, all to be proven. Right here, right now. So we get our operators locked in once again. A 4, maybe one final step here, or maybe not.
Certainly a breakthrough position here, really. You very much nailed it here, Matty. And yeah, on one end, it's the match point for UOM to shut it all down and wrap it all up and call it a day for the match, or we get to go into overtime. Honestly, either one of the prospects are equally available for both of the teams. University of New South Wales have been really able to find some really good openings for themselves and being able to punish UOM for a very large number of misplays as well. So wouldn't be surprised if going further into this match we'll get to see a bit of a return to form, bit of a seesaw, well, even more actually of a seesaw, and quite possibly maybe even some more re-swing potential. So have to wait and see if that does net much of a return. Onwards and outwards, well, I believe that is a triple ADS set up by Histian to try to hold off the top floor on the rafters, and so is Luftwolf. It's actually a pretty heavy setup as well of the operators, but it looks like actually the position will be given away to Luftwolf instead, and it's, well, Histian to try to actually contest very early position on that breach. As oh, hello, that's a run out and a half. I completely forgot about that one.
My days, my goodness. They will be able to run it back, and now looking at good so far, and could be even better from here. Take it slow, take it easy. So gonna be waiting things out for the time being here. What? It's not done until it's done for now. Bomb site's located, so UNSW ready to see if they can flood their way over. They will go for the walkaway there. Nicely done from Praz, just to hold it, I suppose. Play the informational warfare once again. Heaven's even trying to get in on this flight. Just not going to get much from it. I think they're playing their role as a distractor pretty darn well.
Absolutely, yeah. The distractor game so far has been pretty steady. Luftwolf needs to ensure that he doesn't really fall too quickly to any sort of re-swings as Average Conk is making his way over to that breach. There is presence around the, well, the breach as well, and Conk does take quite a fair bit of damage. Push from Monty is coming on through. A little bit more inevitable now. The Castle player will need to ensure that he plays his cards right, as that position will become quite deadly if the rafters get given away pretty early.
Yeah, it could be more problems building up real quick here. As Agent now delivers. What a blow there, hey? And there's going to be another one around the corner, surely.
Exactly that, with Random and Yellows now 2 remaining players left to go. Smokes are starting to come on out. Now the push is starting to gonna happen, well, and the plant to come on through. Random expecting, I don't know, maybe he's fighting ghosts and demons at this point, because Yellows is the one to put in the damage. Right now, all 3 players, all 3 attackers now already on known positions. 1 by the window at the AC, 2 by the breach. Random needs to be very careful about the re-swing, because that could get pretty dangerous. Jiggy is the one to claim it all, and Agent is the one to go for the shots from the back, and we do get to see the first overtime in a while, Nazi, as UOM. Oh man, UOM. A lot of the very huge potential plays there missed out, and just over the fact of just over aggression and without really paying too much mind to where the sound cues are coming from. But nonetheless, 6-all, and they get to continue on the defense.
Yeah, we'll be able to get a bit more time on this one, so they're going to be happy with that, I suppose. And we are going to be pathing our way forward into the next portion here. Our teams will be locked down, locked in all over again right now, ready to rumble, ready to go. So take it easy before the show will begin here. Going to set up a bit of util on the inside as well, so then it's not as easy of a time in order to get through from one place to the other here. Still, preparation's going to be laid bare there. Barricades up, and UNSW, you know, they looked pretty darn solid on that last round. I'm curious if they're going to be able to match that energy heading into this one.
Yeah, well, let's not forget that downstairs side has been a bit of a struggle point for them in terms of finding just any sort of successful gunfights. So if anything, they'll need to make sure that they're nailing their performances here, and this one will be the one to count, really. Because going into the round number 2 of overtime, they will be going onto the defense, so if they're able to nail their push here and then go into the defense and win that one out, that will be a pretty convincing win in their favor. Albeit, let's not forget that now that we've gone into overtime, as far as I'm aware, they do not get the full set of points as well, which is going to be obviously quite an upsetting turnaround for either one of the rosters. So, nonetheless, though, still a win is a win in terms of the standings. The winning team will be the one to get a point extra on their leaderboard. So, not too shabby either way. UNSW though. Reduction of the, once again, a similar roster with Mod rocking the Nomad, Jiggy on the Hibana, Kraz on the Blitz, and then an Agent on IQ with Ponk on the Striker or Recruit for the OGs as well. So, 2 minutes to go. Top floor has been cleared out pretty convincingly. The question now being is how quickly can they clear out all the hatches on the ground floor, because this will dictate how the end round will really pace itself.
Device is set!
Yeah, bring back Recruit there, those who know. But we are going to be bringing in the opening kill from Agent. Good way to kick things off into proportion here for UNSW. To see if they can get a bit more cause and effect and go for more into this round as well. So, still, we're just going to take it slow and steady. Still take it easy into this one. They don't want to give away anything they don't have to here. And UNSW, more than happy to secure the man advantage nice and quickly. Certainly look to further that depending on how they play their cards here. Still, all over again, very patient game at this stage. No one is willing to waver.
Exactly that, yeah. Not willing to waver at all, as we are currently looking at a bit of a curious sort of potential here to just overturn, or rather to be overturned, if both teams are not too careful about their approach here. Already with Histian down, Yalos is taking quite a fair bit of damage as well. Kraz is looking to be the one to make the push happen. And in the meantime, Dirt Tunnel push. Where is the pressure on either the main stairs or blue stairs is absolutely beyond me, because without that, Kraz's push will get shut down in a matter of milliseconds here. And well, 20 seconds to go. One down, that's Conk gone. No hold, and now Kraz is making the push out. Where is the pressure? Where is the crossfire being made? Because so far it is an absolute chaos and a half, but finally we do have some sort of a response. No, not anymore, as Agent is the last man standing. The plan did in fact go down, and it's all against Evans versus Agent, and Agent so far has the perfect opportunity. There's the Nomad's airburst charge as well. Well, the Vector will need to ring on out here, and will need to be very clinical if it is seen in time, as the reswing to come on through. Peak is there. Agent's position is now a known entity, but is there enough time? He just needs to waste another 5 more seconds, and the reswing is there. It's clean. It is a 19th kill for Agent, as once again the office of UNSW does win it out. Match point on overtime.
That's it. Match point. Roles switched and bans applied. So, going to be jumping in to proportion all over again here. Time to see if UNSW can take aim at a victory here, or whether UOM can stop them in their tracks all over again. Operators going to be locked and loaded here on the UNSW side. UOM still thinking, but should be able to bring it out in a moment here. There we go. Thatcher Buck, Twitch, Thermite, Ayana there. Everything is looking good. Their operators, as we jump into the prep phase right now, and we can see their talents put on full display within a moment here. So, certainly going to be eager to continue this momentum, UNSW, because I mean, if they take it from here, that's going to be the victory they have been searching for.
Exactly that, yeah. Look, this has been so far pretty curious, to say the least, of a matchup between these two rosters. They've been doing their absolute best to really hold on onto any sort of progression, but look, it's been a bit of a dire one, to say the least. Matsy hoping to see a little bit more maybe of a fight back from UOM, but on their attack things been very much dire, to say the least. So maybe, just maybe, walking into this one, we'll get some sort of a fight back or a bit of a bounce back from them. See if they can bounce back into this one as they take it slow and steady here.
looking to see if they can capitalize upon the repel, the opening, and look to achieve more where that came from. Breaches can be laid in place there. Ooh, not looking to activate just yet, though. You know, they're looking to reconsider exactly how they want to do this. But, I mean, time's on their side for now. They can afford to play slightly patient, play for a bit of information off the drone there instead. And then look to see how they want to adapt their approach going forward from here.
Exactly. Huge ability to really shut it all down as the attempt to do a... Oh, man, that one was a bit of a rough one as the 2-barrel plus the bandit trick charges are starting to come on through as the breach is there. Oh, there's also the fire arrow. Jiggy taking a lot of damage there for all his troubles and, well, forced out of his position as UOM doing a pretty good coordinated play here courtesy of Histian, Random, Gallows, and Luftwolf as well. Surprised that Evans didn't really join in either on his utility, but otherwise, really, half a round already done. Fuse charges come on out to try to clear out as much utility as possible, but Kraz is the one to open up the scoreline.
Now matched 1-to-1 there by Random. Need to do more where that came from. Shots over the side there, playing around the side. And it will be a good for Med there. Random goes down, more to follow. It just keeps getting matched and exceeded. Time and time again. Claymore was good there as well for Histian. And more to follow. Average Conk will be able to bonk it through. All up to evens now. 1v1 Med. Last player standing. Can they get it done? Will it be 7-7? It's all down to these last critical moments. They know where they are. They just need to lock it in. And Med gets it done. UNSW on top.
UNSW on top, and that was an absolutely hard-fought victory indeed. Very nicely done by them, and honestly, a phenomenal turnaround really there for them, considering that they were kind of going into this, at least it felt like they were the underdogs matching into it. But look, honestly, they managed to really bring it all in. They managed to really put the hurt onto their opposition, and really on the side of, UOM, things just deflated very rapidly without much of a response really there from them. And honestly, yeah, just quite an unfortunate turnaround for them, but a very fortunate one for University of New South Wales.
Yeah, it was kind of how it all played out, wasn't it? Unfortunate they lost the wind in their sails, but sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. And regardless, that is going to be a wrap on that series, everybody. GG, well played to UNSW and their opponents there. We have more series to cook up, though, in the lab. So whilst we get the next one prepped up, we are going to head to a break, and we will see you in the next one very soon. Welcome back to AEL University Elite Series here with AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs.
And massive shout out as well to HyperX and Officeworks as well. Power your game with the latest HyperX gear at Officeworks. Push performance to the limit with the latest in gaming tech. From high spec to precision gear, Officeworks has you what you need.
Yes, I know this is what I need, but what else do I need? Indomie, the noodle partner. Made with high-quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavours available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. I know what I'm doing after this broadcast, having some Indomie. Let's take a look at our next game, though. You know I'm hungry for that. It's UON and QUT. Oh yeah, we're eating good with this one.
Certainly are, yeah. UON versus QUT. The Sword Stack versus Nojo, Koopy de Poopy, Vex, Don't Have SSD, and Jada making the appearance. Meanwhile, on the side of UON, yeah, as previously mentioned, Swordera, ZQK, Adif, Vequify, and V Potatoes as well, making the appearance. Honestly, UON previously shown us some pretty solid performance against Latrobe University as well. So now looking into this, I'm kind of hoping to see that they bring a similar sort of aggression here against UT.
Yeah, I'm hopeful of, I guess, the kind of energy that they can bring here too, you know, because they've got the potential to really go places on this one. I have belief in them. See what they can cook up, though. Heading in into proportion is our first set of bands coming out. It's Thermite and Mira. Say a goodbye in the beginning, and we move onwards to our next set of bands.
Yeah, Thermite and Mira kind of make sense on both ends. Thermite, funnily enough, has arguably one of the best sort of potentials here to really throw a bit of a spanner in the works, really, against the opposition, and being able to really, you know, shut things down nice and early and to prevent some of the bigger openings as well is a key point. And once again, Azami unfortunately gets to sit out on the bench once again. As once again, on the map, like Nighthaven Labs, Matsi, this is a very potent operator, and it means that without her, holding positions like the rafters will become equally a little bit more of a dangerous profile to work with. So from here onwards, UON will have to really improvise, and well improvise they will. The introduction of Castle as well as Fenrir certainly points to that location as well as that. Now that they both Bandit and Kate are actually managed to sneak through the ban phase, they are able to play them and play the Breach Denial, which, funnily enough, on a map like Nighthaven Labs is extremely key as well. And because the earlier you make those breaches happen, the more time you have for the swings. And swings here are key, my friend.
Absolute, a big absolute power. And we are going to be seeing our teams power on up into this series right now. As the gates are now open, we spring to action. And who will be able to land the first infraction? It's all going to be down to these little moments. These little bits of preparation that make the end result all that much more worth it. As we get our gadgets locked in place here, you know, the utility are going to be so effective if it does come into proportion. For the time being, though, QUT exercising their own patience here, not looking to hard breach into anything, just taking the slow road.
Exactly that, not really spending or rather wasting too much time on not really mucking around too long. They're looking to just set themselves up and get the breach started, and then, well, we'll go from there and see what else can be brought on in. Onwards and upwards, hopefully, for them. Or at least, well, maybe that is the motto for them, at least for the time being. We'll hope to see maybe a little bit more of a swinging potential here, as right now Zach or ZQK is looking to really try to contest those Maverick holes nice and early. And honestly, I don't mind a Maverick pick here, but it certainly does require quite a fair bit of the swinging here, as Adif is, oh man, all backed up here. Just so many angles to keep an eye out for.
Gonna be more where that came from as well. Jetta. Good to open the round and slice through it like Cheddar and try and be better. They will wait it out for now. Got a minute 18 to go onto this one. CQK ready to play. I like Sword's angle. Can slice through here, and they will. A great reaction on both sides. 2 for 2 and more to follow. It's QUT locking in the potatoes. Can they peel it away? They can. They're back on track. 1 to 2.
Back on track indeed. Nice and steady, but man, lack of positions, lack of angles to play with, and Aurora door to boot will make things a lot more problematic as the drone now does spot out one of the positions. In comes the re-swing, and don't have SSDs, the one to clock it all out. The DMR brings out the conclusion of the first round, and honestly, I gotta give it to QUT. They managed to really shut it all down and just outright overpower. Turn it into an overstim central for the defense to really try to consider each and every point, and it's just all crumbled rather rapidly.
Yeah, it's all gone down real quick, hasn't it? Gonna have to take it easy for a second longer here. See if they can spring something else forward. Spring the trap, perhaps. That'd be exciting, but we're into the prep phase now. Ready to see if they can blaze ahead and to give it their absolute best on this one.
Exactly so. Looking at the possible opportunities here, it doesn't look like really QUT has decided to change much of themselves, or at least much of the approach, considering that so far QUT are fairly steady. The Blackbeard pick has paid very much the dividends and then some. So looking further into this match, I'm kind of expecting this to go absolutely pretty full on, really, for QUT to just ensure to keep on shutting things down, because against Maverick there's not really as much of a counter apart from just you peek that Maverick hole and we'll play it as a double-edged sword.
Yeah, Peekaboo, I see you. Let's see if they can pull through here. So take it easy for the moment. Shots already coming through, however. No one will be to attach them just yet. Oh, nice from ZQK there. Yeah, you could feel the speed on that one, couldn't you?
Yeah, that one was definitely nice and accelerated as well, so without much of just a slowdown, just deciding to shut it all down without too many repercussions. Nicely done. Nojo, though, is the one to pick up a refrag as well, and a def. Well, Def will get to rest up on the spectator screen. In the meantime, it's OmegaVex that has copped quite a fair bit of damage courtesy of that TCSG-12, and from here on, minute 50 on the clock. And it's now turning into a very, very up-close confrontation there as Jada picks up another frag and no coverage whatsoever. There's shots onto the legs and a finisher to boot. QUT are absolutely flooring it, though. Vequify, a double kill for the man and only a down. Potatoes should be able to get things rolling, but the re-swings are too powerful here.
Yeah, they can feel the power on that one, and the Potatoes will be able to swing it back, though. 1-to-1 situation here. Omega trying their best to find them. Good to get the information they've scouted. Now looking to clear the angles, see if they can stage themselves for the fight here. Who's going to land that first blow? Go toe-to-toe. They can play patient. They know they're around the corner. The Potatoes bottom, not able to drop them, though. So they are going to be rushing over. Looking to lock something in, perhaps.
Exactly that. An attempt to get the plan down will be forcing the push to happen, and the bait and switch, though, he has enough time. You can play it all out. The sound cues are certainly there. OmegaVex needs to be very patient about how he plays his cards. The re-swing is there. The opportunity is certainly coming on through, but just not enough of a patience. Might have to stick this one out, or at least throw a smoke grenade to at least force some of the gunfight, and have to really stick this one out. 26 seconds to go. You have already spent so much time, and a re-swing finally comes on through. He finally lands it, and it all connects.
Connects the dots and gets the round for QUT. So up by 2 now. and looking to lock in even more if they can help it. So well done to them and theirs there for managing to push themselves to success nice and early in the piece here. Keen, curious to see if they'll be able to keep this up, however, because UON, I feel like they haven't reached their final threshold. I think that they're still cooking. You know, still starting to warm towards potential round of success for themselves here. So, this could be the one that they will be seeking out. This could be the one that they can deliver a kill and blow, but just have to find the right ebb and flow here, you know, find the right momentum.
The location of a bomb.
Exactly that. Yeah, they certainly are looking to try to throw a few more spanners in the work here, I would imagine. QUT, their offense so far has been paying so many more dividends. It's been an absolute pleasure watching them perform here. So I'm wondering here, from here onwards rather, how will the rest of the game will really pan on out, because UON are still yet to find their own strides, to still find their pacing. And this has been so far arguably the biggest sort of question mark to be asked, to be posed, as well as to what can they do, what can they keep up and, well, keep on rolling with, really, because things have been a little bit on the dicier end, I'll have to admit.
Yeah, it's been a bit slice and dice, hasn't it? We've got to see if they can calm things down a bit, you know, maybe tread lightly, calm the waters, unless they want to be faced with even more uncertainty here. We'll be looking to blow through a bit of the terrain there, so they've at least got angles that they can play onto, but I mean, if you can see them, they can see you, so that's the double-edged sword for information, isn't it? C4 over the top. Could expose things. I like how they're just trying to gauge for angles early, but they're not really finding anything yet. They could get caught, though. You can see they're scouting for them on the roof there. Sword in a bit of trouble. Luckily falls back in time.
Exactly, so yeah, very nice and lucky to be able to still stay alive. Sword, though, needs to ensure that his position is nice and secure if he doesn't want to really fall through like he just did it. Once again, the pre-fire was just nice and crispy, clean there on the play. Now Omega feeling a little bit more warmed up by the looks of it. The man has managed to just clutch up really nicely there to shut things down. So already downstairs presence is in full, and we are trying to find an opener, though. Oh, Koopy, the Poopy catches the unfortunate frag, as well as Zach as well on the come through as well, gets the flank from up above. So this is now all of a sudden a very dicey situation for QUT to handle. Oh, hello.
Ooh, goodbye.
Nice and quick. Goodbye. See you later.
G'day. And go away. That's it.
Exactly.
Yeah, how it's going to go there. Let's see how it comes into play for the rest of this one, though, Cthulhu. You know, it's down to the 3 for 3 here. Things are slowing almost to a halt, but I'm sure they're going to be heating up all over again in a moment's notice here as we tread closer and closer towards the line right now. But divine justice will not be served yet. No one will be swerving to the cause here, but here we go, Cthulhu.
Ooh. Raunchy overswing there from Don't Have SSD to reclaim the 2 versus 2. Jada on the backup here whilst the plant is being made, and not really much of a re-swing capabilities. Perfect hold there. Nojo is able to find the plant, and now it's all down to the castle once again. Potatoes once again able to push this into a 1v1 situation as he's trying to make the rotations. Where's Nejo? Nejo, turn around. Thank you. Alrighty. Knows about the position as well as, I'll be honest, if Nejo would have died to that reswing and the rotation from castle, I would have probably crashed out live on the stream.
And we can't be having that, can we? Need to keep things calm and collected. And to see this round resurrected as it will be Nojo saying goodbye to that one. Perfect. And it's going to be...
Perfect play.
Yeah, perfect play to save the day. 3-0 so far. QUT on lock.
Absolutely, yeah. Shutting things down nice and steadily really has been a phenomenal result. But honestly, I gotta say, the the trades that they keep on going for and then leaving the matches for the 1v1 plays is certainly not the not the best choice to really work with, considering that things are they could get pretty dicey pretty rapidly if they don't get too careful around those. But look, all things considered though, 3-0, and that is on attack, is a phenomenal scoreline to already kick things off for QUT. And for UON, look, they'll be kicking themselves plenty, honestly, over the turnaround, considering just how well problematic certainly some of the games so far have been throughout this round. Oh, sorry, throughout these rounds.
Reload.
Could be more dicey things to follow later on into the piece here as our last bits of preparation. We're going to be heading up into this one. 20 seconds to go. Which way will River flow? And we don't know until we do. But the gadgets at least are going to give away some of the positioning should anyone trip the wire there and trigger them. We get rigged up for our last moments of peace. Now the chaos is ready to spill through. The action phase now begins.
Indeed it does. ZQK looking to sow some chaos for himself on the top floor, looking to adapt a relatively similar approach to what we actually got to see, funnily enough, from Chinese League, as well as we got to see quite a fair few of the players playing up above in a very extended drone play up up on the top floor to force the top floor clear out. But in this case, that's certainly not the play, as already some of the early pings to keep on coming through. Koopy to Poopy looking to make the play happen using the Kali sniper rifle, and it's certainly a pretty solid piece of weaponry to work with, considering that will be a nice and early down if shots do connect. But in the meantime, off screen already a double kill to come on through, and the top floor Rome is paying in full here, Matsy.
Yeah, paying many a dividend for UON here at long last. They've managed to blast in and take away 3 players in a quick succession there. So down to a 2 versus 5 situation for Koopy and Nojo here. And, you know, don't get me wrong, there's hope for them to get something in the round, but hope is immediately disappeared. It will be a flawless round for UON there. So what a resurrection from them to take away round 4.
Big round to take indeed, yeah. QUT opting to try to go for sort of a relatively delayed top floor clear. Ended up costing them a lot, and without much of the drone ability, that was a very much of a futile round to try to reclaim. So, well, first point for UON after what was a pretty dominating first 3-pointer for QUT. Now going to the top floor. Previously, they were able to lock it all down, but it was off the back of a 1v1 between, I believe, Omega and Potatoes as well. So let's see if it will be a similar turnaround, or if either of the teams will be able to really lock it all down here. Because, look, honestly, for UON, they were just that one step close to the victory as well during some of those rounds.
Yeah, just one step closer, and they may be able to propose even more going forward from here. Take it slow, take it easy. Barricades are coming up into their last quarters here. Now it's opening time. Open for business. Open for blood. As we flood our way into the action phase now. And I'm ready to see if UON can instill more confidence into their play like what we saw in round 4.
Exactly that. Look, I mean, they have the lineup, they have the utility for it as well. They now introducing a Malusi on top of the Fenrir, on top of the castle barricades, all plus the Ela, so they are investing heavily into the ability to shut down that shield pressure to come on through onto the rafters, and are waiting very patiently for QUT to make the same play, well, at least attempt to make the same play happen. And if they do, well, that will be a very harsh punishment that will be coming around their way. Looking forward though, Omega, does actually spot the head of ZQK, and if the shots do align, oh man, that will be absolutely devastating. In fact, they will be. Perfect angle, and now the Blackbeard will be forced to engage as well, but as of now, no, it's a crossfire. Koopy does manage to find his own first frag. The re-swing does come on through. He knows he's there. He knows Malusi's stuck on that position as well. This will be a difficult one. No, decides to actually swing with the SMG-11. No, no shot at all, and he whiffs. No! Poopy! No! And it all falls apart as well. UON just shuts it all down in a matter of just a few seconds. And without any pressure from the rafters, without any pressure to just keep on re-swinging, QUT fell like a house of cards here.
Yeah, all falling over piece by piece into this one. So it's really impressive to see the comeback from UON, and to come back in such a big way. It just
Attackers need to locate
is almost
and defuse as many
overwhelming
bombs as they can.
as to how much of a switch up they made between the end of round 3 and their beyond here. They might even have it in them to take it to a full 3-3 endeavor, so a complete shift in the momentum. If they keep up like this, QUT need to lock in to kind of decipher the code onto this one, because UON have just exploded onto the scene.
Yeah, UON were able to just outright shut things down without any ability to really fight back or for their opposition. The whiff kind of sort of sealed the deal as well there from Koopy, as he had the perfect opportunity, because without the rafters presence, you have a much bigger opening as well for the push towards the site. You have a lot more just overall opportunities to make those plays happen. And yeah, look, Sword is just dancing around against his opposition without really that much of a comeback. Koopy is very desperately trying to find his own frag here, but the Elamine has absolutely thrown a spanner in the works, and Sword is just draining so much time and has the possibility as well to shut down the push outright from Koopy.
Yeah, can stop it completely in its tracks there. Vectify going to be doing exactly that as well. To come out from a sword, and it will be able to discard the player. So layer by layer, they're peeling their way through here. QUT in deep trouble under this one, and there's seemingly no way out of this incredible resurgence.
Phenomenal comeback to form from UON, as their confidence seems to be now restored once again, as after the absolutely devastating shutdown after shutdown. Well, yeah, look, SSD is good to be able to find a frag himself, but with 2 players currently out of the map, surely he'll be able to pick up those frags as well. But no, completely forced, and now running, gapping it more so it straight to the side in hope of finding some accelerated frags himself.
Would be the timer for it. 1:15 to go, and Dart will be able to flow their way onto that one. Deeper down. 1 versus 3, taking damage, and now cut away, as it is all tied up. 3 apiece into this one. What a way to bring yourselves back onto the plate.
Exactly that, yeah. A 3-all conclusion is certainly not the kind of situation that I suppose QUT were expecting, where it's a bit of a game of seesaw. One team gets themselves a 3-pointer, then the next one gets the 3-pointer, and back in we go into the second half. Now, with the bans coming on through, it's the Thermite and Mirror once again being banned out. I would imagine we are looking to see some very much of a similar set of bans. So up next will be the Azami to be taken out as well on the defense side. And on the offense, look, I mean, there are a few options to be brought on out, but instead it's Solid Snake. Okay. UON don't want any sort of... Oh, sorry, QUT don't want any sort of crutches for UON, it seems.
Yeah, not this time. They don't want to give them any chances. They want to find a way to advance even deeper into the piece here. As we will jump back into action on this one. Get ready to rumble. Time for the prep phase. QUT on the defense this time around. UON on attack. Ready to stack things up and to see if QUT can mirror their early presence like they did in the opening half.
Yeah, well, that will be the question ultimately, isn't it, Nancy? Considering that look at the lineup that QUT are bringing in. Bit of everything, but for the most of it, leans heavier towards the more of a, I guess, call it the anchor style play. Jada not really looking to mess around too much with the cape claws. Just a very straightforward. Just get the artilla claw planted and well, keep things rolling. And in the meantime, on UON, fairly stable lineup as well. Introducing the Dokkaebi, the Ace plus the Thatcher, and then, well, Buck plus Ash for any soft breach needs. So let's see how quickly they will be able to get their breaches done and dusted and, well, get to fragging.
Yeah, let's see exactly what they can bring into this one. Take it easy for the second here. Still got a bit more time to cook, though. Omega gonna just scope things out as well, see if they can catch wind of the parts of this situation early on. Not gonna be able to whittle much down as yet. You know, it's a patient game until it isn't. So keen, curious even. See what else they can spin into proportion here. Take it easy. But no one looks to make the first move. You know, no one is looking to brush past this one until they aren't.
They aren't indeed. Sword looking to find himself some openers from down below, but unable to find much of a traction. I believe there is presence from Omega Vex, but he is completely clueless about the potential, well, call it the Phantom Menace from down below of Buck. Hopes of trying to find his own strides here as he's about to get quite a very handful experience with the push towards the IT hatch, or rather IT balcony, as Omega does get the better of Equify. That's another one of the attackers out of the equation. Looking to try to make a play. Flashbang to come on through. Koopy is the one to still pick up the kill onto Potatoes. Adif is also gone. All of a sudden, the QUT once again back into the driver's seat. They needed to take a bit of a break, a bit of a nap, but at least it's not all over yet. It's all down to ZQK to make anything happen here. 1v4 with a minute remaining. Does have some space to get himself a bit of a slowdown, but can't really let it all slip away. A cheeky drone to get some information, but how much will that actually garner?
Ooh, it could be a lot or a little. ZQK tries to whittle him down. 1v4. It's dire straits, but it's not over. Still, it's over, is it? And are going to take it easy for a second longer here. Wait patiently in position on this one. And catch wind of something more, something new. They will pull through on a one. So not the worst. They take a ton of damage in consequence. Those ZQK forced to fall back here. Just trying their best to keep this round alive in one capacity or another. Got the diffuser, but I mean they don't have much time at their disposal here. So it's one thing to another, and it could be over and out in a flash, as they already have great vision, and there it is. Omega gets it done. ZQK out of play, and that's going to be the round done and dusted.
There we go. First round of the defense, and QUT are coming in with a heater. Now needing just 3 more points for themselves to close out this best of one in their favor on the side of UON. Look, there wasn't that much of things shown really going into this very round. The attack has certainly fell a little bit flat, but I mean we got to see how they managed to adapt to going into the second quarter of the map. The last 3 rounds of the first half certainly looked a lot more promising, really. So I'm keen to see if they will be able to run it back, but otherwise things are certainly looking a little bit dire if they let this slip away pretty quickly.
Yeah, it could be quite egregious, couldn't it? And it's a time to figure out how it's all going to go down. So we have 10 seconds remaining. 10 more seconds until things will change.
5 seconds left.
Speaking of change, we arrange our way into the action phase and ready for whatever else will be in store here. Take it easy. Now the barricades continue to come up as well, so they can relegate them away from the respective sides as effective as possible. UON wanting the same, to try and see if they can break in and step through their plans nice and quickly. Still, it's good to see that the early game's nice and calm. No one's going a bit too crazy. Both teams have ample time to continue to set themselves up here.
So Koopy wanting to find the absolutely devious angles to have with the boss G, but question being is whether he will be hunted down quickly enough. Rather, jump in, may just come on through. The EMPs are starting to fly on in as well to try to disable and disrupt, really, any sort of breach denial to come on through. Koopy taking a little bit of a damage, but already entry into the Animus comes as Nighthaven Labs starting to become an absolute bloodbath right at the bottom floor as Omega Vex is just doing his best to stay alive.
Yeah, doing their best to stay alive, keep thriving onto this one. And let's see if they can manage something incredible. We'll wait it out for the time being. Still more that they can come up with here. ZQK is already good to try and stall. Sword's in a bit of trouble. Should be able to crawl back though, but you can see things are starting to heat up here.
Certainly starting to heat up. Well, Sword will be picked back on up. No, never mind. Maybe a sound bait, really, for any sort of refrag. Potatoes, in the meantime, does die amidst it all. I'm not entirely actually too sure what really put him out of his misery, but nonetheless, that's one of the attackers out of the way. Still numbers advantage, though UON does have one of the players low on the HP as well. Vertical game will be crucial here, but unable to find much of the resolution. ZQK trying his best to just find that opener, but right now Omega is the one that has the long-range capabilities here. Has to be very careful. No, Wadif is the one to get the better of Jada. 46 seconds remaining. Don't have SSD, and Omega Vex have the opportunities here, the big ones, to really bring it all back. It's all down to don't have SSD, and all of a sudden UON cranked it all to the maximum, as it's all down to the Lonely Thorn to make the play here, to make the hero game happen for himself and the team to keep the QUT roster in the running. 22 seconds. Push from Adif coming around. Vic5 is the one to get the plan done. There should be a 3-man cover to come on through, and SSD ultimately shouldn't really have much of the ability to really bring it all back. I say that though, kill onto ZQK, kill on Adif as well, and hasn't really lost a whole lot of HP as well. He can keep on going for the reswings. Question being is, does Vic5 or Sword manage to shut them all down? Reswing coming on in. 25 seconds. He has to make the move now because otherwise not enough time, and has to bait it on out. No bait at all. Sword continues to keep on just juggling around the angles, and the low angle from below from Sword at the end is the one to keep it all nice and tight.
Yeah, going to be A-OK. A very competitive scoreline once again here. 4 for 4, say no more. So we jump in to round 9 now. And my goodness, you know, these games have been heating up more and more as the evening progresses here. I can't wait to see what is going to come out of this one. Who will be able to secure the lead again here? Go one way or the other. All will be decided in due course here. For now, we set sail towards the prep phase all over again, and I am so ready for what these teams are going to be bringing out towards us.
Yeah, look, there's definitely still plenty of opportunities here to just switch things around to see what will be the next one, what will be the round to really push one or the other roster over the edge here and just completely send us into an absolute momentum spiral here as well. Honestly,
5 seconds left.
looking at it all, both teams have shown us some absolutely insane lineups and insane plays, so I'm wondering if moving onwards there's going to be much of the response to coming out from QUT, because that one kind of ended up falling a bit flat at the end. Ready, breach is starting to come on through onto the Animus. The fact that they also, Matty, the fact that they've picked the bottom floor does indicate that they are pretty confident that they are able to replay this into their favor. So, question being now is whether they are able to hold on to that promise.
Yeah, will they be able to keep that promise true, or will it all fall through here? They have to hold on and really believe in themselves into this portion of the endeavor. Never say never as they take it slow and steady. Suppressive fire over the top already, so trying their best to ignite their desire to take this round. We'll be able to shut down the drone nice and quickly as well. With a jump scare there, speaking of, it's going to be Sword daring to play into it, and will be locking down two, almost more, play around the corner. They're not done yet, and they will be able to lock it down. Quad kill for Sword here. Don't have SSD, last player standing, and UON are heating up. And there it is, the ace! Sword gets it done!
Gets it done nice and steady, just like that, tapping away, fragging away. And in fact, that is just an absolute tilter of a shutdown, really, for QUT. Not really much of an ability to respond either there, and they've been left basically in the dust. Now UON on the precipice of netting themselves a 6th point, the match point as well, and after such an upsetting beginning to the game, managing to really bring it all back is certainly a feat and a half to pull off.
Yeah, a feat in of itself there, in it. Very excited to see what else they can maneuver. Heading forth into double digits, round 10 now. All hands on deck into this one. Very keen. What else every single one of these teams is going to be able to bring right here, right now, as we slate our way back into the prep phase again. I'm ready. You're ready. Let's blow this one up like confetti here. See who's going to be able to get it done. You know, will it be a Sword just delivering absolute stellar momentum again? Blowing up the round, flipping it on its head. Will it be QUT bouncing straight back, you know, repulsing that force there? All is going to be tested here.
Oh, indeed is looking to get tested. You are very much correct here, Matsy. This is the, well, the ultimate test of the initial endurance here on the side of QUT, whether they will be able to weather the storm or whether this is going to be the ultimate conclusion to their run, at least within the streamed match itself. Looking at the choices, Koopy reverting back to the dog pick ultimately feels like it's just maybe it's a bit more of a comfortable choice here for the man to at least be able to heal himself or the teammates back, but who knows if that will come through in the best way possible. So we'll have to wait and see if that brings dividends. In the meantime, on the side of UON, I'm liking what I'm seeing here with a Deef opening up the lineup as well. That's Koopy. Well, no more heals for you, mate, as that is yet another presence off the IT balcony, completely isolated. I don't think there is anyone on the rafters either, and yeah, that is in fact a correct assumption. Full control now over the garage.
Yeah, they can exercise their authority there and look to see if they can further that prowess even deeper into the piece here. They now look to clear the space. Hands on deck here. Good with the drones as well. Just trying to push past it, and a Deep will deliver yet another advantage to their favor. Drone are going to be good as well. Clear even more information. They can ping something out. But nothing will be delivered until big too soon. It's ZQK to pull through.
Just like that, it's all down to don't have SSD or Jada to do anything, though SSD taking quite a fair bit of damage as well amidst all the crossfires coming on in. All down to Jada all of a sudden, and UON are plowing through the opposition as ZQK is the one to put another nail into the coffin of the opposition as it stands. QUT has lost their momentum fully and thoroughly, and I'm not entirely too sure if there is anything that could save them at this point, because Matsy, I'm gonna be real with you, whilst the timeout is good, but maybe a little bit too little too late, as the match point is now looming over them. There's no more chance for any sort of mistakes. You have to do, or well, face the loss.
Yeah, do or die a situation for them here. You know, do they deliver the recovery that's much needed, or will they be faced to succumb to their fate here? All will be proven in a moment's notice, and yeah, I don't know how they can come back from this one. You know, the momentum is just a bit too grand for them.
Exactly that, yeah. Too grand, too large, too hefty, really. I'm wondering if there's anything that can really be done for them. Well, last chance set of picks, and a Capcan, Smoke, Thorn, Aruni, and Mute. Smoke so far, or rather Smoke plays so far, have been very, well, questionable to say the least, considering that a lot of the opportunities for the delayed Smoke plays were ultimately, well, fell on basically nothing, really. So I'm hoping to see a little bit more of a fight back to come out from QUT. I'm hoping to see a little bit more of a lean into the just anchor play, really, and well, maybe we'll hope to see some return to form as well. But for all of that, we'll have to wait to how that will really pan on out. Otherwise, look, UON have a very tried and tested lineup, and it has been working perfectly fine for them.
Perfectly fine for the time being. And it may even work perfectly splendidly in a second here, depending on the outcome of this round, as we'll hit the ground running now. Vecify does get at least a bit of information, so that's not too shabby, you know. They can scout ahead, know where their enemies are playing from, and maybe even catch more of them off guard as the round plays out. But so far, it's going to be Koopy kicking off strong there.
There we go, yeah. Kicking it off with the Capcan trap, catching the offense on the push is a good beginning as well. And considering that that was a Deef, the guy that managed to really find some good openings in the past, that's exactly what you want to see straight from the get-go. 2 minutes still to go, and now ZQK and Co are kind of a little bit halted. I say that though, no, it's actually a pretty well accelerated push as they're looking to just try to bait out those Thorn gadgets, and exactly that is a perfect choice and perfect play here.
More to follow.
Man.
Nojo on top. Down to the 3v5 now. QUT locking in here. So very happy with their progression so far. But ZQK is back in play. Does take it down to 2 again. Nojo good for more. And the pressure's on Vecify and V Potatoes.
Exactly that. V Potatoes been able to really find themselves some big impact frags as well and before, but now it needs to really play in tandem between himself and Vecify, as the reswings are going to be dangerous here. Ideally, the rotation towards the electric corner will be perfect here to just try to get some long-range angles as well onto Nojo or Jada, as a matter of fact. But no, both will be trying to just hard push the positions from the IT balcony as well as the rafters, and actually it's so far a pretty successful venture as Koopy does go down. 3 more to go with 40 seconds remaining.
More to follow. And they won't wallow in it. Jetta gonna be good for that. More backed up. A 1-to-1 situation. B Potatoes. Can they deliver the killing blow here? 27 seconds in a dream. They are sticking it back. Just take to the floor. Don't give away your position. Play your cover. Play it well. They might have a bit of util in store as well. Let's just type straight into it. V Potatoes just a spray and pray, but not today.
Giving into the, well, to the dire moments, to the dire plays, and well, ultimately falling dead to the reswing. So far, QUT are able to just bring it back, just by the slither of it as well. But is it enough? Is the ultimate question, at least personally on my end, Matsy, because so far this has been a bit of a curious game on our hands, isn't it? With the way how so far both teams have been trying to sort of duke it out, with the way how they've been attempting to just keep their own momentum running, and boy oh boy, things been very curious to say the least.
Yeah, and your curiosities could reach their peak in a little bit here. So we are heading up into yet another round ahead of us now. get ready to hit the ground running. Prep phase is about to run its course. We are going to set sail towards more. As we get our barricades up, players locked down, locked in. Will we see all tied up? Will we see UON locked back in? It's all or nothing in this one, Cthulhu. And here we go. Action!
Action indeed is beginning, and action is in fact coming. Not really that much of a change coming out from UON's offense. The introduction from Sword onto the Dokkaebi is looking to be the sole difference maker here. Meanwhile, on the side of QUT, it's the introduction of the Warden to try to, well, try to slow down really as much as possible of any smoke or flashbang plays. The C4 to come on through, is that enough? No, it's enough to take, or rather to give damage to Potatoes, but not enough to take him out of the play outright.
Yeah, not enough to lock it down in that respect. We'll be looking to just bide their time here, see if they can burn some holes through the fences, so to speak, and make breaching in a little easier. You have to be careful though, you know, they don't want to expose too many angles too quickly. They're just going to play a slow but steady approach.
Like that, already a few attempts at the footholds. I don't think it was enough here. Sword, meanwhile, taking quite a lot of damage here from the prone holes as well to try to find the shots. It's Koopy that picks it all up. And man, this is just an upset after upset, really, for UON, as they just unable to find just any sort of positioning, any sort of quality play there for themselves. And not entirely sure if there is much of a return on the overall investment here for them, because things are looking to be pretty bad.
Yeah, and it could get worse from here, honestly. So I'm curious, I guess, what else they can do into this one. We'll be able to string it together with only a minute left in the round right now. QUT have the player advantage and can certainly further it. You know, they've already got damaged opponents that might even be able to pursue a few or more where that came from. They look to lock it down, lock it in, and just take it to them.
After that already, Beck is looking to try to get some early vertical play. If he's able to find a frag off one of these holes, he is going to bring so much value to the team. SSD tagged up to all hell now, forced to really not fall anywhere else, but forced to engage instead. Liquify, find that frag is absolutely huge, but now they need to find as well the shots onto Koopy, who has been able to find a few very key frags as well in the past, and with a D finding one more, this is a problem. No, actually an even bigger problem. All of a sudden QUT are in the driver's seat. They might just be able to push this to OT. Zach needs to connect those shots ASAP. That's one. Can he find another one in just one more second? No, not enough time. And that was so close. It was so close to claiming that three-pointer, but just to no avail, and we back into OT yet again, Matsy.
Here we go again! 2 series in a row, let's go! And we're gonna run it down. Let's see who can go to town on this one. I can't believe what we're witnessing, you know? The real-time shifts in momentum is a sight to behold in of itself. And very eager for another wealth of just explosive rounds ahead of us. It's going to be absolutely incredible. As we set ourselves up, operators locked down, locked in, and get ready to go. Time for that preparation phase all over again.
Indeed, yeah. This has been a tumultuous run, to say the least. With the way how things been really panning out, it's been a pretty dire turnaround here, I have to say, from UON, because they started off so extremely well for themselves, and all for that sort of momentum to be completely tossed away. It's certainly quite an upsetting turnaround for them, I would imagine, but nonetheless, it is what it is, as the gamers do say. And, well, one would hope that the roster of UON would be able to pick it up, because otherwise things are looking to get pretty dire, to to say the least, moving onwards, because honestly, with the way how QT been able to at least readapt to some of the plays, it's been absolutely a phenomenal result from them.
Stay behind me.
There's going to be more where that came from as well. I'm almost as certain of that. So we will be going to lock it down, take it slow and steady to the long run here. Bomb site's located, so UON already can slate themselves in a 2 position. We're looking to take it easy for the time being. Still drowning out the time. Do have some drones actually trying to do a bit of scouting as well. So UON know what they need to do, you know, to play safely from a distance there. They are looking to execute accordingly.
Exactly that, and needing to keep up the overall stability of their play and not really let this one to get away in any way. Already quite a lot of damage onto Sword as he's unable to find his own stride very early, and that electric position, or rather the connector, has been a dangerous one, and dangerous for Omega even more as Koopy does fall, and all of a sudden, once again, UON are finally all activated. I say that though, early losses to come on in as the shotgun rings on out, Electrify is gone. The Monty gets to keep on pushing. No openers once again around the rafters. Where is the Ash charge to open up the soft wall? Because this is exactly what will be perfect here. Zach has the great opportunity to really throw a massive spanner in the work here to just bring the whole house of cards here down, and SSD is the one to keep on firing.
Keep on keeping on. 1 minute ago, it's the Potatoes to take out Nojo there. So 3-2 situation now. Jedi in big trouble as well. Could be in even more in a second here. Don't have SSD. Waiting patiently. Oh, no shots. Will find Jetta though. So 1-3 situation now. Looking to hold around the lasers there. Wait patiently. Fuser going down as well. So forcing Don't Have SSD to kind of do something here. And they will open the door. Shots already coming out. They find the head, put it to bed, but it's traded by a thief. A thief stealing away the round.
Quick and steady is the play so far. UON are back into the swing, but man, they'll be kicking themselves, honestly, after the last couple rounds, as they could have, honestly, at this kind of pacing, they could have shut it all down pretty convincingly, honestly, and that would have been a pretty full-on result, really, for them to bring on in. But look, it is what it is at the end of the day. So we'll have to wait and see if they will be able to uphold their end of bargain going into the defense, or will QT be able to run away with an absolute daylight robbery if they're able to really, well, put the foot down. And considering that the lineup that they're introducing, the Lion, the Blackbeard, the Gridlock as well, this is actually posing to be a pretty dangerous roster.
Bomb located by attacker.
All hands on deck here, and the danger only rising by the moment, isn't it? See if they can maybe quell some of the danger ahead of them, find a safer ground. As we jump in to remainder of our preparation phase here, putting down these last moment defenses in order to repel any oncoming oppressors. But the time is now to step into the action phase. Time to see who can laser on ahead and slice their way through this one, as we already get all hands on deck and look to walk our way through.
Look at that, well, moving onwards. Already, first shot rings on out, and that is the down and the kill to come on in. Koopy finding the frag. There is one more present on that breach, but does get to back away fairly early, as just an absolute chaos of the shots flying in, as Blackbeard is the one to put a, well, get the openings, and ZQK want to take the elbow damage as well.
Nitro deployed.
Looking for more around the corner from here. We'll be gearing up for something else. ZQK in a bit of trouble. If they pounce around the corner, they might find a friendly big hug for sure. Or a lot of bullets. No in between there. But their teammate playing into it, though. A bit of a bait and switch play here. Might work out for them. ZQK could get contested even still, though. So they wait patiently on these tight angles. Not going to be able to strangle it in, though.
That with Grim Bees as well coming on in. That's a lot of information now being given away as the push is there. ZQK is going for the second. No, not enough. Koopy is the one to shut it all down. It's a back and forth. It's a non-stop, just absolute carnage coming on in. Swing to come on through. Swing for the double. It's Omega Vex to claim another frag. It's all down to Sword. He's got the double for himself once again. The opportunity of a lifetime to just do not swing. You prod, you wait for the sound cue as well. And no, instead it's the attempt to swing at the Kali. One shot is all that she needs.
One shot to take everything they ever wanted here. They're going to have to seize the moment and give it away positional with the firepower there. It's a patient game all the same. A Sword Era just has to wait. They don't need to do anything more than that. Koopy on low health as well. Sword does have the upper hand in that regard and might be able to take it even further beyond here. Still taking it slow, taking it easy. The angle hasn't been exposed yet. They know they have to play into them. They might be able to go for a bait and switch here. Fuser picked up. Sword good to fall off to a safer angle, but I mean, this gives opportunity for QUT to just get it straight down there. Sword creeping up. Here it is. Time for the retake. Time to fight back. A creep around the corner. Nade's out, and it is on line. GG. Well played. UON. Get it done.
Get it done indeed. Nice and steady, and that is the final conclusion of it all. UON do manage to finally take it away, and well, that's that for the QUT's run. At least they do manage to get themselves 1 point, but man, for UON, it was a very much such of a swing in terms of their performance, and they managed to fully pull it away, all courtesy of the absolutely heroic clutch from Sword.
Yeah, really big clutch there. You know, it was such a precise shot to slice their way out of that one. So, going to be very happy with the outcome of that there, Cthulhu. Just really impressed with how they held it together and calmed the storm eventually, because that could have gone either way.
Oh yeah, this could absolutely gone either way, and look, it was a scary prospect, honestly. It's good to see that, you know, there was still a good amount of discipline to coming out on both ends, but yeah, look, that's the way the cookie crumbles. QUT got so close to it, and yet so far away, but still plenty of opportunities for them to really gain it all back on and off the stream. But for us, we go on one more break, one more matchup after this break for game number 4. Don't go too far.
Good morning and welcome back to AEL University Elite Series. No, it's evening, or depending on where you're from. But I know we're from here and we're getting into high gear with our next match, everybody. UQ taking on RMIT. Break free into this one, Cthulhu. I'm feeling confident in these rosters.
Oh, well, at least one of those rosters I'm definitely confident in. I mean, looking at UQ, it's the roster that is packed with some talent and then some as well. Scars as Shant, Athena, Panzer making their appearance once again. RMIT led by Emblaf, Paper Magic, Lenotus, Jim, and Quayo? It's Q. We'll call him Q at this point. But otherwise, yeah, it's a roster. UQ roster so far has been very much undefeated. It is a very steady one, and in every possible way of really explaining it. On the side of RMIT, look, things been a bit on the on a rougher end. Let's call it that. They yet to find themselves a win, and so currently, as it stands, it's the 10th place versus, well, first place. And UQ are certainly posed to continue their run so far. And honestly, on the side of UQ, a lot of those players do come from the higher end competitive background within OCE as well, whether it's Challenger League, Pro League, or even Women's League as well. So honestly, I'm quite keen to see how UQ, or rather what will UQ really cook up, because they are certainly going to be the Goliath to RMIT's David.
Yeah, the team to beat in that regard, isn't it? And eager to see how Quayo and Co will do heading up against UQ here. Obviously, have had plenty of experience behind them, and I'm keen to see both sides really put themselves to the test here and shine to do the greatest that they can. And you know what? I think this is the best opportunity for it. So both these teams are going to be looking good in a second, I'm sure.
Exactly that. Yeah, look, good opportunity to really showcase themselves. As also hot off the news, RMIT did beat Monash earlier today. So honestly, they might be coming off with a bit of a high, with a bit of a pep to their step, potentially coming out of the win. But nonetheless, it would be good for them to have at least, positive mental outlook onto this matchup, because if they would have came into this fresh off a loss as well, yeah, we may as well, just call it as a 7-0, because we both know, no matter what kind of competitive game it is, Matsy, it's 93% mental when it comes down to taking gunfights. And if you're not comfortable in or rather not even confident in your own swings, well, who else will be confident in the swing? So this very case, RMIT will need every ounce of their own confidence to keep things swinging. But for the time being, map of choice as well. Clubhouse, the staple of Rainbow Six Siege, and a map that, for the most of it, well, every self-respecting competitive player should very much know how to play.
You certainly hope so, and you hope that they have the confidence in themselves to deliver the best results. And you know what? If they don't have the confidence, I'll give the confidence on their behalf, so then they can have some kind of confidence. That's what we want, Cthulhu. That's what we want to see. And I'm eager to, be a part of the clubhouse here. I'm sure you and I, we get the grand tour before everybody goes to war.
Certainly, yeah, grand tour is one way to put it, Matsy. Yeah, look, it's one of those maps that I'm honestly to this day still quite surprised that it managed to survive really the trial of time as well, considering just how many more other maps were evolved, how many more maps were taken off the competitive pool, and how many more to come as well in the Siege's lifespan. But it's one of those maps that certainly still got to see its fair share of changes, and certainly the old clubhouse wouldn't even be remotely close to what it is now. But sometimes I do get a few moments of nostalgia, hoping to see some sort of maybe an OG mode, or at least the old maps to be brought on in some capacity, which would be quite nice. But honestly, yeah, I'm excited to see what the future brings here for us, because UQ, whilst they are the favorites, they're also the one of the few teams that can put up a very flashy play as well.
Yeah, they can certainly bring the brightest approach forward into this one, can't they? And eager to see what else they can do coming in from here. But you know what else is going to be coming in from here, Cthulhu? It's time to brainstorm. If you were to make any changes to the drones, whether cosmetic or functionally, what would it be?
Oof. I would. Well, honestly, I mean, the drones, the way how they are currently actually in a pretty solid state. I'd say any sort of buffs to them or ability to counter any sort of utility via the drones would feel a little bit on the almost too powerful side. Maybe at best a buff to the jumping height would be pretty good. But otherwise, I mean, as it stands, at least mechanically wise, they're in a pretty perfect space. But if we're talking cosmetically, look, maybe I would say, considering that we've already gone into the realm of some of the more futuristic sort of skins, it would be cool to see some sort of animated skins for the drones as well.
Why not? You know, I think maybe we stick some animated flames on it, maybe even put a tank of NOS on the back and let the drones absolutely shred it through the entire map as fast as possible. You know, I want to see those drones go absolutely wild through the maps there, Cthulhu. You know, I want to see just a trail of flames trailing behind the drones there. So then anyone who faces them down will be terrified by what they could do, because, you know, you gotta either take them down or get caught in the flames. I'd love to see it. But speaking of the flames of battle are now coming to light here as we now ignite our ban phase.
Indeed we do, yeah. The ban phase to come on through. You have the opportunity to really slide, but no, they decide to keep things nice and steady. It's an Azami ban. I wouldn't be surprised if there's either a Mira ban or maybe something across the lines of a Cade ban as well to come on through. And the drum rolls, it is a bandit that will be banned on out. It's all down to Cade and Mute to prevent any breaches. On the side of RMIT, it's the denial of the remote hard breaching, both the Ace and Hibana out of the equation, which leaves us with either secondary hard breach devices or the Thermite and the Maverick as well to get up close and personal with some of those reinforced walls, which does open a few of the opportunities for some of the tricks to be played, but we'll have to wait and see if those will actually be in any capacity viable to be played, because we'll look at the lineup. Look, it's a very high potential in terms of the swings here. I mean, Scars, knowing him as well as a player, he's looking to either go for a solo clear using the Snake Soliton radar or in tandem with the Lion. So one spots the initial presence, Lion locks it all down, we go in for the push. So I'm expecting quite a fair bit of that very sort of concentrated aggression from UQ.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, it certainly could come to pass here. So we will jump in into the round ahead in just a moment. Looking to get the early setups, but there's still a little bit of time to cook, even if the action phase is now looking to come online here. Yeah, you can still get some of those gadgets out, so you can manage to stay aware of the space there, and if anyone tries to push past them, you can hear exactly where they're going. But for now, still going to be waiting patiently for something to come into your line of sight.
Exactly that. Well, speaking of lines of sights, RMIT looking to bring actually quite a fair few of those, courtesy of the mirror windows as well as the Fenrir. Speaking of Fenrir, that one is already catches the early L as on the entry does end the run pretty quickly as well. A push towards the oil pit is looking to be mounting up on top of the pressure towards the blue stairs. Without much of a pressure towards the main stairs as well, things might get a little bit escalated here, not in favor of UQ, but RMIT so far not really deciding to overextend. They're allowing themselves to just sit a little bit pretty and just wait for any possible hiccups, really, to come on through. As perfect denial as well of the Fenrir gadgets to shut things down, as Shanta's looking to just keep on moving in.
Yeah, they're going to keep trying to take space anyway. They're going to be taking a bit of hurt in the meanwhile, so forced to hold back, at least for the time being, to have a bit of smoke they can play into and or around there. Still just going to stick back, and Az will be able to jazz things up, finding a kill on the Paper Magic there, and looking to see if they can make a paper mache of the rest of the enemy team.
Do that. Needs to come on through Athena. Looking to find an opener there as well. Shant actually decides to drop on in through the hatch. Goes in for the plant. No prevention at all whatsoever. No denial either. Shant is gonna get things just scot-free here, as well as whilst the plant was going down, Scars and Panzer all down. It's all down to Athena, and Az picks up a triple for herself. It's all down to now Lenotus and Imblaf as well to pick up the slack. Now it's all down to the mirror, and at this point it is looking very grim for the Spaniard. As right now, the Monty is there. Hello, how are you doing? There's the swing to come on through as well. Oh, actually does get the better of one. Might be going for the other one. The pre-fires are certainly there. Imblaf has the opportunity to score the ace as well, but no, the crossfire is too strong. At the end, Athena claims the final frag, and first round to go the way of UQ in a relatively commanding way here.
Well done, well played onto that one, and they will be able to slate themselves towards a opening success there, UQ, albeit a bit rough for wear towards the end, but they don't care. They will be able to lock it up and lock it in. As so far so good. Operators locked out, and we get back into proportion. We're jumping into the prep phase in just a moment.
There we
Attackers
go.
need to locate and defuse
Looking
bombs.
at the next few steps that could be taken here. The lineup, again, it's seeming to be relatively similar from UQ, apart from the introduction of a Ram courtesy of Athena to bring on in. And otherwise, on the side of RMIT, a pretty hefty change as well. The introduction of Legion plus the Skopos to boot, and, well, as well bringing in the Malusi to, once again try to slow things down. But it's a heavier lean towards just the slowdown utility plus Skopos to allow a little bit more of a flexible switch between the two roaming positions. But honestly, I'm not entirely sure if this is in fact the solution against the roster like UQ. But I suppose we'll have to wait and see. Once again, it's Jim looking to try to maybe hold off the initial push, but already about to get pressed pretty quickly, and decides to bail out nice and early.
Yeah, can bail right out nice and quickly there, and see what other trouble may be laying in wait here. Take it slow, take it easy here. There's still more that they have to propose on the path forward here. No one going to be looking to peek the corners, but Scars opens the account. Immediate trade back, so the round already heating up at such an early stage here.
Early stage damages, early stage gunfights is definitely something that is just the perfect opportunity here. Though, despite losing Az here, looking to still put on a world of hurt if they can organize and mount up their return to form here. And now Scars is just doing his best to use the Soliton radar to just get a little understanding as to what is going on, and Shanta's the one to actually pick up the kill onto Blast.
So far, so good. Let's see what else should be on deck here. They are going to be looking to lock it down. The diffuser dropped as well, so Shant in trouble. But Scars crawls back out of the rubble. So, another trade for trade. We're in a market right now, and to spark it up, it's Scars delivering the triple in totality. It's going to be all down to one here. Scouting them out. They've got the site located at a minimus there. still need to see if they can lock in the kill alongside this information, as the map looks to stay still for the moment. Oh, there it is. They know exactly where they are.
Exactly where they are indeed. The FAMAS is looking to ring on out and, well, potentially bring an end, but no, actually fight back from the Notice coming on in. Athena falls. It's all down to Scars to make it all work. Wondering if there's going to be enough, and the shots does ring on out. The TCSG is just better in this regard, and it's a very quick and decisive finisher to the round. And well, that's the first round to grab from RMIT, as they managed to fight back pretty convincingly.
Yeah, certainly putting things into perspective here. One apiece on the board right now, and they're not even done yet. We look to bring themselves back into the round right now. Operators locked down, locked in, and ready to spin to action. So, without further ado, here we go into the prep phase and ready. Plays on ahead here. They're already opening up the map as much as they possibly can, as setting down the preparations and ready for the onslaught ahead from UQ.
Yeah, nice and steady. We'll prep. I'm liking the idea that they're introducing the castle once again to this play from RMIT. Always a big fan of a castle, because in the right hands you can really reshape, you know, how you're really approaching your defense. You can reopen some of the really cool rotations and really make it a very intricate sort of labyrinth to really play off the back of. So I'm wondering how this will really pan out for them, because UQ are not really looking to switch things around in any capacity by the looks of it.
Yeah, they stick to, I guess, the tried and trusted approach here, right? And sometimes it can work, sometimes it can't. They're certainly hopeful that this is one of the more successful endeavors ahead. We'll see if it is going to be exactly what they were hoping for now. We'll be taking a bit of damage all in between here, and to wait things out. See what else they can come up with from here. As already, you know, UQ, they've got that one-man advantage. They're looking to further that with great haste.
Exactly that already, yeah. Plenty of haste to be had. Plenty of push as well to be done. Shant and Co. looking to try to just get rid of those pesky council barricades as much as possible, as the attempt at just try to halt any reinforcement has been done, as oh no, a little bit of too hasty of a play, and as punishes yet another one. Pretty quick and steady conquest here, as 3 versus 5 with Scars still low on HP, but that should not be hindering him in any capacity, as Shant picks up the finisher on the yet another kill.
Yet another one spilling ahead out of this, and looking for more where that came from, my man. Take it easy. Shots over the top there. Now looking to follow through. Oh, it ain't gonna happen. As delivers, and we'll get it done for UQ.
Indeed, yeah. As once again just absolutely sends it and conquers yet another push for herself. Now, Banface coming on in. I would be honestly surprised if we'll end up seeing a bit of a cheeky Ashban even to come on through, just to hinder the push ability. But honestly, at this point, you have quite a number of the operators to really play for the aggro, so we'll have to wait and see if anything does come on in. No, instead it's a solid snake, and for all the right understandable reasons, the Sultan Radar is quite a strong tool, and you would want to get him out of the way as rapidly as possible.
Quick as you can here, and as fast as you can. Jumping into the next phase though, we down to business. All the same, all over again. So players look to lock in their respective operator picks and get ready. Let's bring it back to action. UQ, they may have the lead for now, but for how long will be considered as we jump on through into round number 4. Open the door, and I'm keen to see what more they can do.
Exactly that, yeah. There's still plenty of chances, plenty of opportunities to be still introduced here for RMIT to bring on in. So there's certainly ways to play, still ways to really shut it all down if they're just a little bit extra careful about how they approach, because the main thing here is going to be the fact of just the crossfires that are being unleashed here by UQ, and the ability to just absolutely deny really much of the presence is the other thing that is very much worthy to mention, I have to say.
Could be more where that came from in just a moment here. As we hold it out for the time being. Ooh, good opening from Scars though. Leave a scar on the enemy approach here. Try their best to press them up and see if they can find a quick reaction here. Quayo, it'll be the one our focus lies on for now. Might actually be the player to watch at the moment. Site's located as well, so UQ at least tracking well in their scouting again, but they need to find more killing blows where they came from here, and I speak it into existence. Shant delivers.
Certainly does, yeah. Shant has been absolutely just incredible with his performance. Being able to just keep on dishing out more and more damage. And once again, well, Quayo is getting the better of Az as well, but that's only a temporary setback by the looks of it, as so far it is just an absolute onslaught. Scars continues going, decides to just, you know, for the sake of the game, just TK the shield as well to try to get maybe a little bit more of an exciting game for him. Who knows? But Panzer is down. It's all down to Scars now. All of a sudden, Mblaf needs to be very careful about how he plays his game. Now his position has now been exposed. Reswing, come on through. Maybe we shall see something else, but no, can't even confirm the shot, and the ultimate bait and switch with the body block as well is the well, the key play, it seems.
Plays that win games, it would seem, and it's going to be good play on deck to lock that one down. So 3-1 in favor of UQ at the moment. Will RMIT be able to bring something back? They've got the mirror online, you know, so at least they have some confidence behind them. Curious to see if that is going to shine through into the next portion now, however, as we look to lock it down right back all over again here. Operators are ready to swivel their way in, and now get into the prep phase here, and I'm ready to see some of those windows put up to try and, I guess, scout out the opposing side's line of sight and maybe even shut them down.
Yeah, quite certainly so. Oh, on the side of RMIT, they are looking to really not back away too far away from this, considering they just wanting to ensure that they slow down any sort of breach game as much as possible. The mute jam is starting to come on in to prevent any more of that play, so I'm wondering how much that will actually slow things down, considering no Thatcher really here either. So an attempt instead actually to swap out from Deimos to a Dokkaebi as the last moment. Scars really wanting to go for the hunt down game as much as possible.
Hunt and seek. Let's see if they can seek what they need here. Shant and Co. Just stick back for the moment. The informational game all the same. Will be able to break their way through as well. It shields up, and it works. Az plays around them. They lock in the opening kill in the round there. So teamwork are making the opening kill theirs, and maybe looking for more. Shant just forcing the issue, playing the lines of sight here.
We can push forward.
Well, certainly lines of sight are coming on in full spades here. By the looks of it, already finding the second drone of the Skopos, preventing from any sort of late moment rotations as well. And well, Mblaf is at the very least able to really be able to, well, back away, but all at the expense of another two more of the teammates out of the equation. Shant nearly manages to duck away from the danger, but does still cop one to the dome. 4 versus 3 though, with Mblaf so low on HP and the hack as well coming on in, obstructing so much of the view. It might just be a bit more too much of a problem to handle.
Yeah, the problems only growing at this stage, aren't they? Gonna need a way to cure their ailment, as will certainly make it even worse. RMIT in deep trouble. Paper Magic, the same, doing what they can. Does find Panzer there. More to follow. Down to a 2v1 situation. Paper Magic looking to have a magical resurgence into the rounds here. Still a bit of time to play off of as well. But UQ gonna get the diffuser down.
Diffuser down indeed. Nice and steady without much of an interference. Paper Magic now trying to find his own stride and the pre-fire to come on through. It's not even going to be Az to find the finisher. It's Athena to finish off the mirror. Yet another point gained by UQ without much of a much of a return really from RMIT. They get close to being able to equalize the player count, but otherwise from there unable to really close it all out apart from that one round. Well, at this point, yeah, it's a fairly expected turnaround. UQ are just able, well, it's just outright the experience difference here really is all that comes down to.
Yeah, the veterans see shining through, right? They know how to keep themselves composed and know how to expose the vulnerabilities in their opponents all the same. So that's been showcased pretty well, you know, throughout the flurry of rounds they've been able to string together here, and they need to find a way, RMIT, in this regard of how they can dismantle some of that momentum, because right now they're like a steam train, just storming ahead here. And RMIT, they've shown capabilities to stop them before, you know, we saw it earlier in the piece. Surely they can find the recipe to do it all over again here, you would think, or you would hope if you're an RMIT fan, but UQ, they are locked in right now, and they are looking to deliver even further signs of justice.
Exactly that. Well,
5 seconds to go.
the choices coming on in. Scars decides to swap one in towards the Brava. Otherwise, the rest of the roster is certainly all very much comfortable in terms of their picks and what they need to do. Still have the Thermite for any sort of hard breach capabilities, but otherwise everyone else are looking to just fulfill their roles in full, and maybe with a little bit more finesse with the Brava now being introduced. On the side of RMIT, I'll be brutally honest with you, I'm not entirely fully sold on Emblaf's choice of the Scopos, just given how much potential she can bring as an operator, but then how much of a lockdown UQ establishes as well, and so far it hasn't been paying as much of a dividend really to the overall play. And I say that though, well, I get corrected pretty quickly. Az is the one to fall first, and Emblaf gets to basically fall back pretty quick steady.
Yeah, slow and steady. They yet to win this race here, as it will be good to find the opening there, RMIT, and there's more to come as well, as they will breach through now, facing off against Shont there. They'll be able to lock in any damage as yet, however. At least they can play into their scouting nice and easy. Speaking of time, looking to dwindle as well. Shont giving away their position a bit there, but they're just trying to see if they're going to find anything through. But Scars, the waiting, does have the drone at the ready. Now looks to scope things out for their own team here.
Exactly that. Already a couple of the gadgets have been stolen away and now claimed into the hands of the attack. We should be able to get to working that, but at the moment Shont all alone by himself will be unable to really find much of the closure on his own, so we'll be waiting for the push to actually come to the full fruition. Athena making quite a fair bit of the vertical position to try to contest as well. And otherwise, look, for Panzer here, well, the breach should be coming on through, and just to take hello, that's one, potentially nearly was the opportunity for the second one as well, but otherwise the attack is slowly slowing down, and awesome, that was a perfect shot as well from Emblaf, as well as scoring a double for the Scopos. And now with 30 seconds remaining, RMIT actually are posing to get themselves their second point.
Yeah, proposing for even more from here, and see if they can get something more. 20 seconds to go. Somebody's got to make a move. Somebody's got to trade blows into this. They will hold a firm, hold strong onto position now. Peek around the corner, see if this is going to be their time. Sean says, yes it is. Panzer wanted the same. Now they take game. Fire! And Panzer, last one to try here. Does have Sean and planting the diffuser. And we're ready to go. It's time for the retake here.
Perfect play there. Honestly, amidst all of the chaos, it's all down to Shant, the shield main of the roster, to try to shut things down. C4 to come on through, has to rush. Able to back away. Now gets to bait it all out. This will be a game of just an absolute, well, resilience to try to see if this will come on through. He needs to survive just a few more moments as the punches keep on amping up, and unfortunately not enough. Few more seconds have to stick this one out, and, well, an attempt to make the play. Still has one more opportunity, now or never, and this is now not enough time. That is the 5th point for UQ. And whilst the kill does still go to Paper Magic, UQ did manage to waste just enough time, and perfect play by Shant, I have to say.
Yeah, I'm honestly impressed. You know, they managed to really draw it out to the last possible seconds there, and it worked out splendidly. They got the job done, secured the round. They got to be happy with themselves, you know, playing the long game into it. And keen to see how things shape up into this next ban phase as well, which operators will say goodbye.
Exactly that. UQ, 2 more rounds is all that is really needed to keep things in the running. And we'll have to wait and see if that will come to the fullest fruition as well. Not entirely sure what really to expect out of the defense, from the offense of RMIT here, as they would need to ensure that they are just nailing their shots, their performance, as much as possible, because this could be a very, very difficult and very dire sort of position for them to play off the back of if they're not too careful, because honestly, there could be a lot more problems that could be ramping up off their performance if they're not too careful about how they make their plays.
Yes, caution could be the deliverer of exactly what they need. Speaking of what they need, what we need to see is our players getting locked down, locked in to action all over again, as our operators are locked down and our round now has begun. So, love to see it, and I love to see what both these teams can do. I mean, UQ from here, if they continue to gear on off the momentum of not just the last round, but the many before it, they will be poised to take themselves towards a match point here. So, I'm curious if RMIT has something to answer.
Oh. Maybe so, maybe so.
10 seconds
I'm liking the lineup that they're introducing as well. A bit more of a, well, respond aggression with aggression, and, well, they're doubling down on it. The Solid Snake plus Deimos to be brought on in. I'm almost wishing that Imblaf would have actually went and stuck with the Ash pick as well. But then there's not much of a way to, well, get the breaches done, or at least breaches ensured and confirmed. Sean already will be the one to do some late moment setups for his Azami barricades, as unfortunately that one was bogus. Looking to just try to hold things out. There will be a pressure coming in. I believe that it's actually Lenotus on the Solid Snake to try to make the swing happen, but I don't think that will be enough, considering that there is a heavy presence around the garage, and all the players are very eager to go in for the swings.
Eager to go for the swing, and eager to see how the round sings. The Scars will be the one to kick off their gym beverages by, and maybe can find more to fly high into this round here. And it is going to be Quayo to say hey yo and take away the opening kill for their side. So 1-1 on this one. A minute and 50 remain.
Minute and 50 remaining, indeed. Already swings to bring on in. Wondering how will this really be able to pan on out, as right now Quayo is looking to try to find yet another opener. If he's able to find one more, that could have been the opportunity and a half, but no. shut down in full. Emblaf to trade one out, so it's 3-all so far. Lenotus also able to take a little bit of damage, but it's a double kill to come out from Paper Magic. All of a sudden, it's all down to Scars, and even he cannot stay alive as that one goes in for RMIT, as they're able to really wrap it all up before even managing a full entry into the building, which is absolutely insane.
Yeah, absolutely diabolical. Not believe what we have just witnessed, but very impressed with how RMIT at long last managed to bounce back here. A round they desperately needed and not one they conceded. So really well done from them to recover, bring themselves back into this state of rejuvenation. Now they can look to cause more devastation around the corners here. So we'll be locking in our operators, locking in the round as well. And here we go, time to get down to our preparations into round number 8.
Indeed so. Well, round number 8, still 2 more points available for the taking for UQ to finalize the best of 1, whereas for RMIT, it is a long and a very difficult road up ahead for them to try to, well, claim any sort of momentum in their favor. Wondering if there's really any resolution really for them to look into, because things are certainly looking a little bit problematic, to say the least, for the gamers. But we'll have to wait and see if anything does come out of this in any or full capacity. Reinforcements to come on through, this time a little bit less of a, I suppose, call it, well, difficult to even really call it a troll lineup either. EQ certainly are not scoffing away from a bit of a scuttle here to try to gain some sort of the initial momentum, but otherwise, look at the potential here that they are looking to introduce, and a plant, or rather, sorry, breach denial should be coming in full swing in just a few moments. As well, if done not too careful, and actually Shant playing with the Cade claws as well, looking to really throw in a bit of a spanner in there.
Yeah, throw a bit of a spanner in the works, and to throw some C4 in as well for good measure. Why not? Might be able to find the angle in a second though, if they want to get a kill through here. Oh, patience. And it doesn't pay off. Yes.
Lenotus does, though, take quite a fair bit of damage as well, so things are certainly still quite damaging here, to say the least, as the man will have to really back away from all of this damage that is flying in. Shant does miss out on one of the hatches being popped on open, but does decide to just back away for now, and deciding to not really, well, test his luck just yet.
Yeah, don't want to test their fate just yet here. Want to see if they can slate themselves towards something better. As we head towards 1 minute 20 now, and not much time left to prime here. Still look to break through, you know, the grenade in hand. There we go. Oh, good timing. Finds the kill. Nicely done by Scars there, and they're not even done yet.
Not even done yet, indeed. Scars, after getting the damage in, does get down, so still able to be recovered here for the play, but I don't think he will be recovered in any capacity. Will be abandoned for the time being. Lenotus is the one to pick up a kill onto Athena as well. 3 versus 4, ultimately, if Scars doesn't get picked back on up. And Lenotus is looking to try to go for a solo push, though, with Paper Magic out of the equation. Quayo and Emblaf are looking to keep things up. Scars is back up and running, but as is all Solo Dolo on the site, looking to try to prevent anything from happening, and the reswing to come on through. Az gets the better of Lenotus. Tag up to come around. Emblaf gets the better of yet another one, as is the last player standing. The diffuser has not been planted, and in the most vulnerable position here as the impact starting to come on through. Az getting a little bit impatient about the play, but needs to be very cautious about the reswing. And no, the shot's coming on through. Blaf is able to secure yet another round. All of a sudden, RMIT continuing to keep on fighting back.
Fighting back with a raging vengeance here, and looking to step into high gear as they pursue to close this round gap as quickly and as decisively as possible. My goodness. taking away a couple in a row so far, and they're trying to see if that flow of rounds will be able to continue on for many more to come here. Will they be able to even guide themselves towards potentially matching them on 5 rounds apiece here, or maybe even more where that came from? I'm ready to see what this could turn into right now, Cthulhu, because this is looking like we might even have a bit of a game on our hands here.
That could certainly be the case, yeah, Matty. There's potential, well, throughout the entirety of the matchup to really get this escalated. Though I would be pretty surprised if this does get allowed to be swung away by UQ, as ultimately this is their game to lose here amidst well, between themselves and RMIT. And okay, it would be quite a hefty damage to their overall run, I would have to say, because I would imagine that the aim here for them is to well, keep a flawless run throughout the group stage for their run through the AEL series. As of now, they still have a 2-round buffer. They could still make it all work, but the defense so far has been most certainly, well, far from being the flashiest or the best one, to say the least. But have to wait and see if there's any more, well, resolutions to be found here, I'd say.
Yeah, there could be more resolutions on the way, you know. There's always some kind of path forward. And looking to lock it down in a second as we take it slow and steady. The engines aren't started, the bikes are still in the shop there, you know, they're not going to take anyone away. Maybe another day. But for now, we exercise our patience to the next degree.
Exactly that. Well, a few more of the openers attempted to be created here, courtesy of the UQ roster. Trying to find their opener by themselves. Lenotis picking up a little bit of a damage, and I say a little bit, of quite a fair bit, as Shant is the one to find the shots on him. Scars finds another one, goes in for the second one, gets the second one as well off a long range. Emblaff is going for the plan, but nobody else is there to cover him. He will have to go in solo for this one, 2 versus 1. Now has to be very patient about his plays, as so far he is able to actually isolate 2 of those gunfights all by themselves. So question being is, how will he be able to handle this pressure?
Yeah, just gonna have to keep themselves composed in a 2. 1v2 here, trying to play the angle, see if they can strangle something in. A minute 20 though, so they can afford to bide their time to an extent here. And the same UQ. Holding position, Claymore's going down as well, so I might trip someone up here. Now, though, a diffuser getting planted. UQ not going to stop them, so forcing the pressure on their side instead now. They have to play off each other, otherwise they could get out of the round. One in the same. And Blaff ready, waiting, knows one's around the corner, giving away position, and fire coming through, and Scars will pull ahead with it. Well done, and that's going to be map point going to UQ.
UQ indeed, claiming themselves the match point nice and steadily without much of a sweat really there at the end. Being able to close it all on out. Now moving onwards, question being is, how are they looking to, close it all out as well here? Whether they will be able to even close it all out, because honestly, this could be still a very difficult one for them. 3 points advantage. They have the buffer for themselves. The ban's now starting to come on in. Wondering, though, who would be the one to be banned out. Whether it's maybe even, I wouldn't be actually surprised if it's a Thatcher even.
Ooh. Blackbeard and Kaid. Okay.
No, that very much makes sense to me as well. Yeah, Blackbeard has been a bit of a thorn in the side of the defense for UQ, and just getting rid of him and get him out of the play is certainly a pretty solid idea here. In all prospects. So I'm looking at this. Look, I don't hate this. I don't hate this ban at all. Matter of fact, I'll be very patiently awaiting to see how the rest of this match will really now pan out, because For the side of RMIT, they have lost quite a fair bit of that frontlining capability with the Blackbeard, as he was a pretty big playmaker really for the roster. So onwards here, it could throw a few problems here and there, but I wouldn't be surprised if we'll get to see a bit of a you know, bait and switch,
Reinforcement
to
complete.
say the least.
Yeah, bait and switch, a bit of, you know, mischief at play there. Very keen to see how that will come into order here.
Reloading ammo.
We jump in to the last little moments of our prep phase before we blaze the trail and head on towards time for lights, camera, and action. Here we go. Friendly fire now online as well, so players have to be a bit careful with that one. Don't want to leave a friend behind accidentally. Regardless, we are looking to keep things locked down and locked in before RMIT on the attack can look to freely maneuver wherever they please.
Exactly that. Presence of Athena now on the main stairs. I'm wondering how will the play will go through. Oh my gosh, yeah. Scars shut down mercilessly there, courtesy of Jim Beverages not allowing any sort of roam, especially on an echo out of all the operators as well, and that forces actually the rotation back down to the basement and the full turtle reinforcement as well, courtesy of Shant and Co. Now with the long range setups being done, RMIT need to ensure that they are very quick about their droning, because that will be key to allowing them to actually gain as much time as possible to be able to actually make those plays, make those swings happen in a very timely manner. And by the looks of it, yeah, already pressure towards the main staircase is looking to mount up.
To mount whatever they can out of this one, mount the best offense they possibly can. I do have the drones to scout out a bit of information on the same here. They have to get something going. Just under a minute and a half now, the time dwindling. The defenses not looking to match that energy, will be sticking to their respective positions there, as they don't want to cause any unnecessary exposure early on into this one. Still, they're looking to pounce straight onto a bomb site if they do have the option to. They will be looking to deliver whatever possible. Still, shots over the top. You know they have to be aware. They have to be careful here. And just like that, Panzer opens the account trade coming out as well. Cthulhu, the round now starting to heat up as we get towards closing time.
Well, it's closing time indeed. 50 seconds to go. The swing from Jim Beverages coming on in. The DMR rings on out to try to claim the life of Deimos, but not enough to find the kill just yet. That's half HP point. The re-swing is perfect there. 3 versus 3. 37 seconds to go. Push from the Monty coming in, but not enough of a breach. Panzer falls. It's all down to Athena as well as to make those swings happen. And it's a bit of a back and forth, a bit of a in and out here of a play as well. I'm not entirely sure where Paper Magic is as well, because he could be the absolute turnover here. And oh, the shot from Quayo comes on through. Another re-swing to bring on in. That's one down. Another one to swing back and forth. Another one to come on through. It's Paper Magic to close it all out. It's RMIT to score themselves the 4th point.
Just like that, when you think things are going to change, no. It's going to be RMIT to re-engage into this one. 2 rounds is all the difference here. Will RMIT be able to take it all the way? Will we see yet another OT on deck here, or will it be you to pull through with just one more round? All will be tested. All will be proven. Going forth into this one right here, right now, as our operators get locked in, and so too will we. Getting straight back onto the map and ready to take this one exactly where they want.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
What they want indeed. I'd say this could be the round, unless Scars pulls once again. Mr. 14-7, unfortunately had a bit of a rough kickoff there for the past couple of rounds, and really able to find much of a traction, but if he will be able to find that same traction here, this will be, in fact, the round for the taking for UQ. On the side of RMIT, they so far have been doing an absolutely stellar job at just shutting things down. Jim Beveridge as well had a phenomenal opener there to really slow down any sort of momentum that UQ were looking to establish for themselves. And honestly, swapping out from Deimos to the Capitao almost feels like it's a bit of a hindrance there. And considering that how well Deimos really worked on out there to find that double kill as well, one would really hope to see maybe some more presence of that operator. But nonetheless, Capitao is in play, 6-4 scoreline. And by the looks of it, we might be seeing a very sort of straightforward, really, push. It will be either going towards the master bedroom or just straight up in through the breach towards the CCTV, and then we'll try to make the plan from there. We'll wait. We'll see what really will be the choice here.
What could be the choice? There's many to be made, but at least they've got time to make them. They will be able to hold firm on this one. Just try and scout around the corners. No angles opened up as yet, but they may yet find something they weren't accounting for as the day progresses on here. Wayo and Co, though, gonna breach through, see if they can use the drone just to zone things out as well. You know, if they need any kind of information at this stage, and the more that they have, the better their chances to have a successful attack will yet be. Still, there you go, they've located the bomb site, and they take a little bit of damage onto Scars as well.
Scars continuing to be an absolute nuisance to try to work on through. The re-swing is perfect. Jim Beverages is gone. That's your presence from the ground floor now completely vacated. Panzer gets the better of Paper Magic as well. That's your next big playmaker as well. And Lenotus now out of the equation as well, as he's being forced as well to just back away. Makes it even more difficult to really make any sort of plays happen. Emblaf so far tries his absolute darn best to try to keep his team in the running, but just not enough of a play. Quayo low on HP. Lenotus outside of the building. 56 seconds to go, and all of the foothold that has been established has been completely vanished, but Quayo is continuing the fight back. But this is all nearly for nothing. It's all down to him. 3v1 situation. The shots are still there. The absolute pixel peaks to come on through, and now Scars are starting to make the rotation happen. Finally looking to return to the fray and looking to find potentially the frag here, as Athena very much keen to find the frag as well. That was a bit of a rough one, as well as the Cuba barricade to try to create some sort of a leg angle.
Oh, no angle gonna be found. It's UQ coming out with a bang there. GG, well played. Nade will be the one to do it. Oh, and it is gonna be all over and out there. So, happy days all the way through. What a way to get it done there. Scars on the MVP as well. So, GG's
exactly
all round.
GG's, well played, and massive congratulations to UQ for pushing through with yet another regulation win, albeit this one had them, sweating just a little bit more. Though I say that, I mean, we still got to see the likes of Scars going for the re-swings, the likes of as well going for the absolutely maddening plays and swings. And look, honestly, this has been a pretty steady turnaround really for them. So massive congrats to them. And on the side of RMIT, I have to give them kudos as well. This was a pretty valiant effort on their end, and honestly one of the closest efforts that so far had to push UQ as well. So all in all, well done, well played, and that does also conclude our whole play date today. That's the map number 2. What am I saying? Map number 4, all done and dusted. So that gives us a bit more time to reflect onto the results as well.
That's it. Latrobe are going to be taking away the series from QUT there, 7-3. UTS one and the same, taken away from Swinburne, 7-2. RMIT and Monash, 7-4. So the series very in closeness all the way through onto this one.
Yeah, pretty close one, honestly, and I'm quite happy to see that Latrobe were able to get on the board against QUT as well, considering that QUT had a pretty decent showing today, at least on stream. So it's pretty cool to see that they are now on the board as well. And yeah, for Swinburne, that one was a bit of a curious one, considering that I had well, at least if I was ever a betting man, I would have been betting onto Swinburne's performance, but not today. It seems then RMIT do get the better of Monash as well, 7-4. So a solid turnaround there for themselves. Let's take a look into the next one though. The next set, as we did have quite a fair few more of the results.
Oh, and here it is. It's going to be UNSW and UOM there, 8-6. So OT. You love to see it. And following suit, we had UQ and UON, 7-2 there. So incredible work. Oh, and speaking of, we had UOM 7-3 on Monash, UQ 7-4 on RMIT, UNSW 7-2 on Swinburne there. So a plethora of solid results coming through.
Absolutely, yeah. Solid turnaround here for Monash, though unfortunately it's been a bit of a rough day for them to, well, try to gain any points. So is for Swinburne a double whammy really for themselves, to unable to score any sort of points going into the match day 3, but certainly still plenty of match days to keep on, keeping on and being able to return back to their form. So plenty of promises still to be upheld there from them. Now, and to wrap up the final scorings as well, yeah, UON to get the win over QUT, which is 8-6, and UTS a loss over MUU in a 7-1 fashion. So a pretty full-on play from there. And look, yeah, honestly, very thorough, very action-packed, as a matter of fact, of a play day today, and plenty more to come. Any sort of highlights or thoughts on your end, Matsy? Which one was the favorite one so far?
All matches involving OT. I love to see the most competitive games possible, and I'm really impressed. We managed to get it through. I think, it was a slow start to the season, but thankful we've gotten to here at this stage of competition. I'm really keen to see this one continue to heat up. It feels like we're getting towards that boiling point, with OTs on deck there, and I want to see more. I want to see them go even further beyond. I want to really go the distance on the series there. Love to see the competitive nature, but another highlight is commentating with you here today.
Likewise. Pleasure's all mine here, Matsy. Honestly, it's been a pretty full-on day, and look, I'm just excited for more.
That's it. Excited for more. Let's see how today played out in the standings. We have a couple on top. It's going to be UQ taking away everything at the moment. Macquarie one and the same. The only difference being rounds between them in first and second place there. A little different in third and fourth, though. UNSW going to be taking it away in third there. UOM, nice and close by in fourth, though. UON and Swinburne going to be in 5th and 6th place, respectively. UTS and Latrobe going to be 7th and 8th there. So the standings certainly shaping up in pretty good fashion.
Yeah, there's definitely a good set of battles as well. The back-to-back sort of matches coming on in. Good to see as well that on the side of LTU, we got to see finally them get on board as well for the points. So it's always a big promise as well for their improvements, and knowing that it is Owen in charge of that roster. Certainly there's plenty of new and young minds to be shaped up to become the next Siege aficionados. But on the other side, yeah, look, UQ and MQU certainly battling it out for the top positions, and then the top 4 being sort of closed on out, like you've highlighted, UNSW and UOM. Look, there's definitely going to be quite a fair bit of a heated rivalry coming on those two teams' ends, and I'm curious to see if anyone would actually be able to even dethrone UQ, considering that so far they've been keeping up a pretty solid track record.
Yeah, going to be a solid track record there and more to come, I'm sure. But it's time for the rest of our standings. We've got RMIT in 9th place there, doing pretty alright. QUT and Monash are going to be on the bottom side of things, though. So, hope for them heading into the future weeks is that they can secure some wins of their own. And, yeah, I believe in them. They can do it. They got this. They got this.
They got this indeed. Yeah, look, still plenty of playdays to really score some points, so not all over just yet, so we may just be able to see them return to form. But yeah, you are very much correct. It is going to be a bit of a rough one. But look, to say the one big highlight I would have to say, at least in terms of the overall results, it's cool to see that, you know, for Latrobe, they have actually jumped quite a fair few positions as well on the leaderboard, so being able to get them up and running is arguably going to be one of the bigger achievements as well for them, considering that it has been a bit of a rough start, and considering that it is a lineup of players that not as frequently play competitive Siege apart from one player, it is a very much of an uphill battle no matter which team you really play against for them. So it's good to see that they are now on the board. I'll at least be very much keenly observing to see how they will be able to, you know, proceed further on the standings. But otherwise, look, no, it's been a pretty full on. I personally would have to say that the UQ game certainly had me quite interested, considering that this was a pretty good contest. RMIT managed to actually find a few really good abilities to just go for just pound for pound in terms of the absolute gunfight capabilities, and being able to contest against what is almost a Pro League / Challenger League stack in a AEL competition is already a pretty solid achievement.
Yeah, pretty solid achievement. And speaking of pretty solid things, we got our pretty solid, amazingly solid sponsors. A big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs.
On top of that as well, big shout out to HyperX and Officeworks as well. Power your game with the latest HyperX gear and Officeworks. When you need speed, control, and zero distractions, Officeworks has got the tech. Discover gaming gear made to handle serious play.
Serious play every single day. And a big shout out to Indomie, the noodle partner. Made with higher quality flour and select ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. So a huge shout out to them and theirs there. But if you enjoyed all of the competition today, make sure you check out AU Esports League on all our various social medias there, whether it's YouTube, X, TikTok, Facebook, you name it, Instagram, we're on it. You can see all the highlights from our various competitions. So, that's been a day for Matzi and Cthulhu. It's been a pleasure to have you on board. And do you have any final statements?
Honestly, I'm just excited to see how the leaderboard progresses further, and I'm hoping to see a few more sort of niche plays to come on out. But otherwise, look, just keen for more AEL.
That's it. Keen for more AEL, and we'll see you the next time we jump into Siege. Chat for now. We're having a good